market, scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade, oh, never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, tracking the charts. Midnight glory. Time to re-in-awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, let's fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
What am I waking up to today? What are y'all doing in the market? The GDP numbers come out, quarter-over-quarter growth rate negative for the first time in I don't know how many years. Since November of 2022. I mean, you know, they're impacted by the tariffs, just kind of showing you what's gonna... I feel like when I just said that, my Texas accent just came out. I sound like George Bush for a hot minute. Tariffs. Impacted by the tariffs. Hot minute. GDP acting crazy. Wasn't this expected? Well, I mean, obviously expected, yeah. Overreaction today for sure. We did pop through the DD bands though, so market's looking a little crazy. What's up? Good morning, guys. Oh, wait. When did this turn off? Something did look weird today. Look at that. Anyways, y'all, what's up? Good morning. Right in the middle of my, 100K trek. We get a shit market day. I might even get the trade today, maybe. Oh my gosh. Go on. Let's see. We'll see. Market's loving this craziness though. Good morning. Morning, guys. All right, starting the day off. Waking up to this lower DD band, breaking through. Oh wait, hold on. Let me show you guys my screen here. Wait. All right. Let me double check some things here. Okay. I got a lot of my numbers here. 19, or wait, on 55.69. Oh God, we lost that earlier this morning. 59.69 was here. There goes the fun side of the market. The market over responding and overreacting today to the negative GDP number or growth rate. Gonna cause a little bit of ickiness here. Let me see what these lines are on my chart. Let's prep for the day. Look at that green line right there. S&P DD band. Oh, that's old. All right, let's draw it up. Could be a good dip to buy today. When we get inside DD bands, we'll see. The ratio should still be okay. 19,554. But we'll see. Right, GDP, the growth rate, obviously expected to stall as the tariffs are affecting everything. This is just a wake-up call, for President Trump to understand. You had two consecutive quarters negative, or two consecutive quarterly growth numbers being negative. People consider that a recession. So, this is a wake-up call to the president. See what his tariffs can do immediately have impact on GDP growth. So GDP growth means that the growth rate is slowing down. It's negative. So for the first time ever, the growth rate is less. So growth rate, remember this is some calculus here. Growth is this, okay? Growth is this. Growth rate means that the growth is increasing. So a growth rate being positive means that it's curving a little bit like this, okay? So over time, GDP is like doing this. Growth rate being negative means the concavity is switched. So it's like that. So the growth rate is slowing down. That makes sense. Like the growth rate. About rate. So anytime you see measures the change in inflation adjusted value of goods and services, the change changed. The change of the change is the curvature, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at, right? Slowing down of this. Obviously not the best, but we'll see how this turns out. Morning, guys. What's up? What's up, everybody? Maddie, Jonathan, Joel, Victor, Morrissey, JTR, Patty-chan, Mike Houston, DJ, AVNX, Mad Yoda, Patty-chan. Oh, again, I said hello twice. Francesco, Lyndon, Jason, Benny, Brian, Kevin, Tom, Kevin, second Kevin, Pat, Dominic, David, James, Sam, Kevin, Mike, Frank, Chris, Spork, BMT, Saab, Brandon, Ian, Dems, Philatel Visualizer, and Kiki Trader PB. Good morning. Morning. Let's go. Okay. All right. Today we know the rule. All right. Got that like button here. Okay. Is this an overreaction? Is this a dip to buy? We shall see. Obviously, we're below DD bands, so the market is obviously irrational already out the door. Even Nasdaq itself completely smashed through them. Smashed through the bands. Normally, at least at the start of the day, we'd expect a little bit of interaction with it. Market obviously selling off before the news, probably some leaked information. I've been selling just like that. Response was supposed to be obviously a couple hours of that. Someone always knows. I gotta be like that. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Someone always knows. But just an overreaction. The market was consolidating a little bit and then needed a reason to kind of burp. We weren't picking up any momentum. And now it's like, okay, are the shorts going to get a moment to cover, or the longs going to cover a minute to buy? Are we plunging back down into volatile crash market again? We'll have to see how this all plays out. But we know the rules. When you open outside the DD bands, markets are highly irrational, and you expect the market to stay inside of here majority of the time. So the stats of the actual bands themselves are 88% of days will stay inside the bands by the end of the day. Obviously, catalyst and news is the other, 9 or 12% of times it goes outside one or the other. The lower band is about 8% of days will stay below there. So the majority of days will try to fight their way back in, especially if the stocks ratio is greater than half, and we'll see when the market opens while we get there. This is crazy. We had an impact line already, starting from like early in the morning too. Like somebody knew this was going to happen. Like what's going on here? Never even got close. Retrace any of this. Okay. It's prepping our red lines here. There's S&P there. NASDAQ is here. You guys know the drill. That's probably the spot to be. Stop ticking down. Get back in the bands. Stabilize yourself. You gotta make 100K today. I gotta get there. I can't have an irrational day. Ruin the fun. Typical. Now, let me give out the rules really quick and show you guys what our cheat sheets tell me I do here. Every single day. Gotta pre-prep the market. Get my cheat sheets out. Let's get all the pieces of this. Let's pop out some liquidity pockets really quick. Let's pop out some EST setups pretty quick, just in case we do get some liquidity pockets down here. We should. Any dip like this should at least hit a liquidity pocket somewhere. And this guy right here. All right. Starting the day off, this is what we're dealing with. These are futures related indicators that have to do with the margin requirements. If you break these bands, it's calculated every night by our algorithm. The market's unstable. So once we're down in here, there's a no shorting rule. One of the rules, no shorting. The reason why the statistics are really bad for the market to continue to go, it takes a really large event and catalyst to crash the market. And if that happens, I usually sit out. Whoa. Make a Topo Chico in the morning. I'm full of bubbles. I feel like I'm drinking the fizzy lifting drinks from Willy Wonka. Okay. Right here. Only 4% of days do make their way outside the bands. The upside, 88% usually stay between. It's normal to stay between. And then very few days will close below. That's rare. So down in here, it's normally a sit out rule if there's anything. And I'll take longs on strong pivots only if I find them. And the strong pivots only are going to be like, MHP and bear zone, etc. Liquidity pockets, which is why I have those right here ready to go to show you guys. So those are the setups I will take if I do long. But other than that, I just usually sit out. The market's going to collapse on bad news. Let's just sit out and let it collapse on bad news. Let it do its thing, and we don't need to care. That's it. Ratio here, the ratio that's in the top left of the platform, about a minute after market opens, we'll have that guy. If it's greater than half, this becomes a really strong pivot, and the market won't desire to be inside of here. It's going to depend on how much the stocks do gap down, and do they gap down in the bear territory or bull territory itself. Now, of course, GDP quarter-over-quarter growth rate, big negative, is expected with the tariffs. This is like an overreaction to expected news, but you still don't fight it, right? We've cleared the bands by a significant distance, over 140 extra points on NASDAQ. So, this could be the international sign of just sit out and chill today. Let the market freak out. This isn't where you wake up and go, oh my God, I was a bear. I was totally right. Market's collapsing. Let me get back in on the short. This is a day you just let the market digest this already expected news and don't overreact to it, right? Tariffs, you hear every small business owner out there complaining that their business is failing because of the tariffs. Obviously, GDP quarter-over-quarter growth rate is going to be less than zero. Okay, so it's not like Wall Street should be surprised by this. Wall Street's just squeezing people out because of this. This very well could transfer or transform into being the dip to buy that you've been waiting for if you're a bull. But we don't know until we get the data that comes out in the morning how bad this news really is, because the market looks bad at the open. But we'll see if we fall to key levels. Now, let's talk about the liquidity pockets we have on the monthly maps, key levels from at least earlier in the week. Market's going to have to fall substantially. I'm talking like 440 QQQ to really break through where that stronger bull structure is, which is a lot lower than here, like a lot lower. And the S&P is nice and stable all the way down to like 510. So at least for now, if this is a big collapse, sell-off crash day, then let's just let it crash and let's kind of avoid it, right? No reason to put much risk on the table or any at all. If I find a really strong long pivot down in here somewhere, I can long it right back up to the band for a nice scalp and then get out of the way. If the market recovers inside the band and the ratio is greater than half, it could spark a big rally. So in general, this isn't what I look for to be like, okay, I'm going to buy the dip for the big reversal. The confirmation of the reversal always starts once you reclaim the band and get back into that stable spot. So we're here, anything down in here, mostly sit out, no shorting. Like sit out in the shorts. Let it fall. If it's going to fall, again, I don't give you guys investment advice, but sit out in shorts. Let the market fall. If it's going to fall, the best thing you can ever do is just be like, I'm going to go to Dave & Buster's with my kids and have a good day. I'm going to go to the pool. I'm going to go work out. Do whatever you can. But like trading down outside of these bands is just silly. And it's for foolish people that wake up today and go, honey, I was right. Told you the market was crashing. I need to borrow more money so I can short this. Well, honey, you blew up the last couple weeks. Honey, I'm right. I was right. Look, it's falling. Let me put more money in the short. You know what I'm saying? Speculation is the way to go. If you're predicting the market would sell off on GDP, it's not today. It's not right now. It's last night. You know what? I'm predicting that the tariffs are going to reflect in the GDP number. Let me just short before I go to bed. You woke up to this and took your money. If you were going to overreact and freak out, let me cover my short right now. That's how I would have traded if I cared about that. I look at it like now and say, oh, Wall Street's going to wake up and everyone's going to dump their positions. Maybe. But that could be just the middle of the run or the end of the run. I would be hesitant to do anything from here at all. At all. There's an FVG. What is FVG? And by the way, I wouldn't be considering any kind of technical news when markets are irrational. If that's a technical thing you're talking about, trader, I wouldn't honor any single thing that comes from a chart or from a candle or from a pattern or for whatever. When your markets are irrational, just ignore everything. We usually do on our side. We kind of just take everything with a grain of salt. The only thing that you can prove is that there are existing options and that shows liquidity at a spot. Other than that, we kind of like, we don't use resilience. We don't use a lot of our stuff either. So be very careful looking at a chart and being like, there's a trend line here, or there's a whatever here, right? Be careful to using any technical indicator today, guys. Hitting resistance and supports and fibs. Anytime you are irrational, the market is not honoring structure. It's kind of an extended risk for a lot of people. You're squeezing people who probably could be forced out of their trade. So is today a big flush day that sells off? It feels like it's going to get worse the way that it's opening, especially right here. So be very careful today. You like your markets like you like your women, volatile, irrational, and a big old gap. Ayo. Got Smack trying to figure some covering before news. VIX is like a pivot up on the daily. Curious about Triple B. Well, VIX is, no, you're so far away from that. This is just a single flush day in the middle of the craziness. Sit out. You're gonna play the new Oblivion all day. I'm like so excited because the new Oblivion actually looks really good. But then I never played Elden Ring. I'm like the guy that's, you know, behind many years on all the cool stuff. So I'm in the middle of playing Elden Ring. So I got Elden Ring and then Oblivion's next. By the time I finish the Elden Ring DLC and then time to play Oblivion, GTA 6 will come out. So I'm gonna be like, my gaming schedule's booked up for like the next 5 years probably. So I'm the kind of person that plays RPGs like that and collects everything. Like I don't just run through, and I like to go collect all the things. So it takes me a while to beat a game like Elden Ring. Like I'm talking like 1,000 hours probably. How do you get the DD band? What is plus or minus a risk interval from yesterday's close? A risk interval is a portion of the CME span calculation that sets margin requirements. So it's the most important calculation that there is for futures. It is by far of the best futures exploits that you do have. It's such a high probability thing that futures very rarely break the structure. This is the margining structure where performance bonds are being invested in, right? The debt on the margin set on these contracts right here. So inside of it, it's the whole mechanics of the underlying future stuff. And if those words don't make any sense to you, it's where margin requirements say that the range is supposed to be. And so where it's not supposed to be is a rare event. And so it's not common to break through these bands based on margin requirements. And they're so accurate and so good. Not only are they extremely high volume pivots and predictable when you touch them, it is so rare to break through them. It's for most of us an automatic sit out rule when you open the market below like this. So people can decide to say, let me just sit out and wait. But one of the rules we do have with it from the cheat sheets is that we don't short down here. Even though if the market falls and, you know, some doofus influencers are going to jump in and short from here and make $100,000 on a day, it doesn't matter. These are days that are irrational, and because there's only 8% of days stay here, I just let it fall and sit out. I don't try to fight it. I don't try to join it. I don't try to do anything. What I do is I wait. You got good long setups. If you recover from there, it's worth taking the long. If structure is maintained, I jump in. I need to get jumped in on the probabilistic side. If we are below the line, and it's just I can say I'm not gonna do anything. I'll wake up right here and go, oh, let me buy this dip really quick. This looks like a great dip to buy. Things like that is what I don't do. So Washington's calls got 3 weeks till they expire. On a day like today, I get to decide if I just want to abandon the position altogether, or a big sell-off day like today is giving me a bigger dip going forward. Now, again, this is just a slap in the face. The GDP numbers coming out today. As I told you all earlier in the week that this was the most important news we're going to get is GDP. We also have big earnings this afternoon. We start Microsoft and Meta is today, and then we get Apple and Amazon tomorrow. So big earnings also can kick the market in the other direction. Just be careful. And Trump is also talking twice today. If this wasn't enough, Trump's got things to say that are, probably gonna. This is a day that can plunge into being the worst market day we've ever seen, or the best market day we've ever seen. With enough events and catalysts stacked up, I've never seen a bigger news day than today. GDP, 2 major tech earnings, and then Trump opening his mouth 2 different times. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your britches, okay? Don't forget to smash that like button, friends. You know the rule, 300 likes, 500 viewers. We're going to give away a funded Tradeify account. It's reloaded with a bunch of codes. I've got 12 new codes to give away. Tradeify. When we run out, I'll buy you guys some more. I like buying funded trading accounts and giving away to my community. I give away money every single day. So that's how we are down here. So today, just take it with a grain of salt. Let the market do its thing. When we open, if I find liquidity pockets or strong pivots, I'm ready to aim at it. Now remember, we were fighting near or close to MHP the last couple of days. The anticipation today is we're likely going to be below it since we've moved down so far. So greater market, right? It's going to be hard to guess any of it today because we don't know how far the stocks are going to gap down. But the idea is the stocks have been so bullish lately, is they're probably still going to gap down into bull territory. So I'm going to guess that DD ratio is probably greater than or even equal to 0.5. Like it's probably testing its efficacy right now of being bullish. SPY is definitely going to be below MHP with a move like this, and we were sitting at MHP yesterday, so I'm going to guess it's going to be below. So losing that monthly gamma, not the strongest part of the market, but monthly maps are still going to be bullish. There's no way monthly maps would have pre-positioned for an event like this unless, there's a huge amount of insider trading yesterday. And so I'm going to guess monthly maps are still bullish as well. Okay. So this is going to be up to flat, and this is going to be down. 2 out of 3 are still bullish. I'm still bullish, but what I'm going to do is I have no desire to do anything. until we get our maps out to see. Okay, so this is kind of the setup we do have. Let me zoom in on this. I've just got my impact red line here, and I've got my run length red line here. Now, 8% of days, historically, let me zoom in and make this a little better. 8% of days will close below these bands. So most of the time, sell-offs like this do recover. But on a news-based sell-off, we don't say most of the time. We don't even care. We're going to look at what it is. 92% of days will close above the lower band. So because of that, I sit out on shorts below. Yeah. This is the classic. Matt's going to sit out and entertain you guys and sing you songs. Just chill out while we wait for something better. I will join in on a long at the band if the ratio is greater than half, and I jump in on the long. So my cheat sheets are here. I love days like this because the opportunities are big. There's going to be movement today, which I'm so glad. I'm tired of seeing this stupid market inch along. Daddy needs some money. I am like $2,700 away from making $100K with Tradeify. 100K profit in a couple months. Just crushing it over here. Get your cheat sheets handy, guys. This is going to show you exactly what I drew on here. I don't do any shorting below this band. If the market's going to fall or sell off, I just sit out and wait. Just let it do its thing. No reason to even do anything. Okay. If I find strong pivots, monthly hedge pressure, which is not going to be down here for sure. Bear zone top, bull zone bottom, or any red lines we have, I can always take a long off of any of those. I find them just as a retracement pivot. They're illiquidity pivots, so illiquidity pivots and liquidity-based pivots. So illiquidity is being tested as the market's getting bombarded with sellers right now. From that, we can actually, when they find that rebalance and that big update that we had, a week ago, that's what we're looking for. So let me go ahead and mark these. And S&P has an impact and run link that we can run into. Lazy Matt hasn't marked them. Hold up. I'll show you guys this trick here really quick. All the way back here. I don't know where it actually was, but we're going to take a guess. There it is right there. So this trick is going to show me those red lines that we will pivot off of today if I do want to take that trade. So we got these guys right here. So today, 54.73, 54.17. Yeah, let's draw those. Watch these pivots. When we touch them, watch. I'm going to show you how good I am at this. Look, Ma, no hands. No practice. 54.73. Clone. 54.17. So if the market does continue to collapse and sell off, these are going to be really strong pivots. They're based on the market finding balance from those previous imbalance points. Do the same thing with NASDAQ. Make sure we have them marked. And we did have them marked on NASDAQ, I think. Double check. What's all this here? Oh. Nope. These are old. Ah, so that's gone. That's gone. O line gone. Yep. Bye-bye. Okay, this is a very cool trick, you guys. And, of course, one of our fan favorites here. All right. Normally, we do this on a tick chart, but I don't have a tick chart, so I'm kind of like eyeballing these candles and guessing. Watch how solid these pivots are. Stay here for the stream. You guys want to see something magical? Watch how good these pivots are. So good. I'm doing them on the fly too. We touch that red line. Just watch. Watch the volume. It's a guaranteed volume spike when you touch it. 147 on NASDAQ. And 933. we get there, maybe we don't. Bulls have been scared to get in, so, or shorts have been scared to cover. If this is the place that creates that momentum, that'd be great. I'd love to see this market turn bullish today, or anything. But we'll see what we get, right? Keep your cheat sheets handy. We have a huge news day today. Trump apparently speaking a couple times, is what I've heard, like once in the middle of the day, and then once at the end of the day. Like once right around lunchtime, I think. Today we also have Meta and Microsoft earnings, I think it's today. The 2 M's and tomorrow's the 2 A's. That's today. Wait a minute. I'm on the wrong week. How do you come up with those red lines? They're called illiquidity pivots. It's a technique that we use to find balance points in the market. There's a whole class we teach on it. It's by far one of the best things you could ever learn how to do. It just took a couple seconds, and when you touch it, it's gonna be a predictable high volume pivot to the penny. It's that good. Now again, I estimated it because I should have done this on a tick chart the day that it happened, but it's close. It'll be within plus or minus a point. And that's why you guys stay here, because the stuff that we do is unlike anything y'all have ever seen. There's a reason I'm rocking 75% win rate on YouTube, trading this dog shit market. The only traders out there that's got a genuine edge, and you guys get to watch it. All right, can you stop freezing up here? Come on. Oh my goodness. Can you load up the website? There we go. Accept all cookies. All right, I'm accepting your cookies. Let's go. Oi. Like the website's like completely freezing up. Okay. Okay, Zach's earnings calendar. Let's reopen you. Trump's making comments now. Save us, Daddy. Daddy Trump. Let's go. Papa Bear. You know what to say. Say something good. Yeah, I got off the phone with my friends in China. We're working things out. Microsoft Meta right here. Today, tomorrow, Amazon, Apple. Boom. Big earnings week. Trump speaking a couple times. GDP today. Obviously, you guys want to know, a recession is where you have two consecutive quarter over quarter growth. I consider that a recession indicator. Some people say 2 quarters of negative growth total. Like I say 2 consecutive months of, oh my goodness, come on, of negative growth. So the idea is that, am I just like fumbling here? Can we have more pop-ups on this website? Jeez Louise. Can we not like... Oh, let me just start. Okay, let's reopen it. GDP price index and the quarter over quarter growth rate. So this is the price index. So what people will say is that when you have 2 consecutive, like here, let me show you an example. Doesn't go any further than that. So this is your GDP number. And the forecast is a 3.1 and we came in at 3.7. That's great, right? GDP is up. But the growth rate is down. Minus 0.3%, which I don't understand. I don't understand this. I don't understand the way this is makes no sense to me. Is that then the math ain't mathing. Am I stupid or something? How does GDP go up? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the price index. Oh, thank God. I was like, what the hell's not? I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong tab. Thank you, Little Blue. My bad. Yeah, sorry. This is the price index. My bad. I was like, 3 points. Okay, prices are up. Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm an idiot. Thank you for telling me. I'm on the wrong sheet here. So the price index is 3.7. Woo! I was like, wait, how can GDP go way up and the growth rate go down? Okay, so the prices are way up, clearly as expected because of the tariffs. Yes, okay. 3.7 is significantly high relative to what we have been since we've kind of cleared out the last recession, but it's not like, 9 and 8% like it used to be. This is the rinky-dinkness of the, 10 and 30 or 20, whatever percent tariffs we got with all different people out there. Prices aren't at 10%. The inflation is not through the roof as people... Yeah, I was like, GDP is up 3.7%. Hold on while I long all the things. Give me a moment. Yeah, no. But okay, so yeah, prices are up, but boy, is that not that bad compared to what it has been with inflation being crazy like in 2022 post-COVID era. Not that bad. So it's not even much higher than it was in June of last year, in January of last year when we had eggs costing like, $10 a carton or whatever. Okay, so this is not terrible. It's not bad at all. It's like people are freaking out. The price is going to go through the roof. Well, there's your GDP prices, right? Price index. It's the annualized change. Now, here's the one thing, though. It's the annualized change. So it is using data from a lower period of time. So it's kind of like CPI. It's kind of skewed because of recent data being low. So it's not necessarily reflecting the what is now. It's kind of like an average, if you may. So again, they're all that way, though. So relative to what they've all been is, bad, but not too bad. The growth rate is what people are freaking out about. GDP growth rate is clearly slowing. And when you get 2 consecutive periods of that negative, people call that a recession. Here's the actual GDP, minus 2.5. There we go. Yeah. Previous was 3.3, which is right here in March. And now we have the April number coming out and it's minus 2.5. So people are freaking out. Well, clearly they're freaking out because the tariffs are going to be causing that issue. It's not anything else. So we are literally one Trump tweet or one good word comment from the prez himself of flipping this market back up to all-time highs today. You keep your ears to the ground, guys, because Trump is talking a bunch today. He's going to say whatever he's going to say. And the idea is we all understand this GDP is 100% based on nothing other than tariffs, this change. There's no we've already looked at the layoff numbers. There's no new layoffs in the last week or two. Continuing jobless claims are fine. Jolts are fine. Everything looks good. So it's not like the economy is slowing down and people are getting laid off. The economy is just not producing as much because of the tariffs. That's slowed things down. So again, it's one phone call away to undo it all, right? So that's basically where we are. So to see this and be like, market's crashing. I was right. It's bearish. Time to short all the things. Honey, mortgage the house again. But Billy, you got it wrong last time. Shut up. I'm right this time. I'm kicking you out. You have a gambling problem, Billy. Don't be that. Don't be Billy. Don't wake up and try to be the hero here and be like, I knew it. I was short. I was short 3 weeks ago. And I got squeezed, but I'm right now. Because it's a phone call or China and I worked it out. We're going to drop the tariffs altogether. And this could go all the way up to here. So this is where you are in the market. You have to understand how this market's going to work. If Trump says nothing, the market's going to be like, well, what the hell do we do with this number? If Trump throws out some good tariff news, we could very well be here by the end of the day. We have earnings today. We could very well be there by earnings for the day. So don't be like Billy, being like, I knew I was right. You guys doubted me. I've been upside down the last 2 weeks, but I was right. This proves that I was right. Really, genius? GDP growth rate is down because of tariffs. You predicted that? Good job. We all did. And that's the one thing you have to consider because Wall Street also predicted this, right? So why are we overreacting? That's the real question you ask as a speculator. This isn't a surprise to anybody. This is a surprise to you, not a surprise to me. You tell me. Because we were selling in the European session, even pre-market, late afternoon Europe right now. And we were selling even before that number. Did they know something was happening? What was going on? Where did this come from? Potential news on Ukraine minerals deal. Listen to stuff like that, and then you say, what's it got to do with Disney stock? You know what I mean? There's always a reason for the markets to freak out and be silly. But Ukraine and Russia is going to have zero impact on the American stock market. As much as I'd love to see the news correspondents say that, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think people are selling because they knew it was coming. This market is scripted, and there's people that know that you don't know that know, and then they're moving before you get a chance to even move. There was your, you know, insiders being tipped off is what it was. Mineral deal would be big. I mean, but big for what, right? The industry it's in. I wouldn't be a big, like, global, you know, like all stocks kind of thing. It would affect, you know, chips and all kind of things, you know, tech a little bit. But yeah. But still, though, it's just not, we've had days where, you know, yeah, when NVIDIA goes through the roof, but everything else is still kind of meh. You know, energy companies, financial companies, real estate, you know, none of that's going to be affected by a mineral deal. Right? Energy companies, things like that. But anyways, the point I'm saying is the market trading out here into news like this. Why? What is it? Well, people know before you do. And so the insiders already got out of the way, and then the fools get to come in here today and decide where they're going to go from here. So you have a choice to make, and the choice is, are you going to be a fool or are you going to be smart? We know the rules that we have here, and we sit out on shorts below DD band, and we just wait for the market to tell us what to do. We wait. Market, give us a sign. Like we're staring into outer space with our giant radio telescopes, and we're like, are you out there? Aliens, give us a sign. And we'll get a sign in a little bit. In any moment in time, Trump can say anything. He's not going to say anything bad. I'm sure he'd be very scripted with everything he said. If he cares about saving the stock market, which he does, it's literally hog-tied to his ego. He's not going to say anything to worsen the situation. He'll probably fill you up with some hope or something to kick the market the other way. Because if the tariffs go away, so does the negative GDP growth, because the economy otherwise is extremely healthy. So be patient today. I am like $2,000 something away from a 100K target with Tradeify. And let's be patient today. No heroes today. Heroes are not born outside of DD bands. Heroes are kind of like, you know, melted in a pool of lava. As Lex Luthor tied them up to a rock and threw them into a volcano. Okay, just be careful. It's time. Market, just let the market be. Let the market do whatever. No shorting. Sit out below on shorts here. Let the market pan out, and then I'm going to get a sign and a signal, and we're going to do something with it. I'm your superhero. Oh. All right, so BLDs are all still very bullish liquidity maps, but there's no actionable pivot from here. Red line's the only thing nearby, and we might walk straight to it. So QQQ has a BLD, not the best. No actionable pivot to long from here. S&P. Let me double check this. Bear long, bear short down. So S&P has opened above MHP and has broken below. So we are irrational downside MHP break. Now today, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very easy day. If we just recover, if we recover this, that's a huge ass move from MHP to DD band. So until then, just chill. Just chill. Chill. Just chill. Do nothing. There's nothing from here to do. There are no supports in SPY. There's MHP and QQQ nearby. Ooh, okay. All right. So actually, QQQ hadn't updated. I was looking at yesterday's map. So forget everything I said earlier about QQQ. We have about 40 points lower from this lower candle to be roughly 200. Has really strong MHP support. Advantageous bulls. That's it. So S&P to advantageous bulls, you got your shot. If we lose this level, the market's dead. So lucky for us, we do have a really strong support in NASDAQ today. MHP, we're still good enough, which is great. MHP, QQQ. That's exciting. Market's still not bad enough, even on that news. Good deal. Well, makes me feel good. Maybe I should load up some calls from here just to bet. But again, we're going to wait. MHP QQQ is here. And again, by proxy, that's a support. It's a really strong support. And by proxy, SPY QQQ is about right here. And I'm just going to by proxy draw about where it's at. And again, proxy means it's just using SPY, MHP, proxy. So I'm using SPY and QQQ estimate like about where things are going to be to estimate where we have our breakpoints. If we break MHP on SPY, that's great. More news incoming today. Absolutely today. Today's the biggest news day we've had all year, and probably the biggest news day we will have all year. GDP, Meta, Microsoft earnings, and then we got Donald Trump speaking twice. So you know what I'm saying? If you're a new trader, if you're not experienced like me and you haven't been doing this forever, might be a good day to sit out. I'm just saying, this is a day for the pros. Pros only day. This day I'm scared about touching. But we still have decent signals. The market's not too bad from here. Kind of exciting to see. If I do break MHP here, I will take a long back up to the top. Let's get S&P ready for that. We're going to wait to get the break though. MHP break is good for the upside. All right. So again, SPY is very much not in the right spot. And again, now proxy, let me make sure I'm in the right mode here. No, that is not where SPY is going to be. SPY is not moving at all while NASDAQ is moving. Oh, interesting. So SPY proxy is going to be much higher than this. Let me start over. It's probably going to be, let's see, 1.3, 450, about 50 points higher on that. So SPY proxy is probably about right there. I'm just estimating by how far each one of them needs to move. Bear long down is bear short down is resistance off of MHP, and if you break through hedge pressure, it can crash really fast. So remember, no shorts below DD band. No shorting, period. That's the rule I have. So we're gonna wait on this. I'm gonna take a long off of here. So these are my stats today. Actually, let me redraw it so it's easier for y'all to see. Just chilling. Just chilling. I am literally like 3K away from my 100K with Tradeify. I'm not gonna fuck it up today. So in here, absolutely longing from there. From here, absolutely not gonna long. Because it's a small trade only. Below DD band is small trades only. Let me review the cheat sheet and let me show you why I went long on Redline today. So this is the way that this works. This is a really, really good tool that we have. If you look on here, below the band, there's absolutely no shorting. If the market's gonna fall, I'm gonna sit out and let it fall. If I hit my strong pivots, I'm gonna long, bears on top, bulls on bottom, red line. There's an MHP. MHP is here, red line is here. I've got two really good pivots. And it's a small trade and long only off of that pivot. Now the problem is that when you break MHP, it's now irrational a second time. So I lose confidence in a small, and a small becomes a sit out. So the way we work with our position sizing here is I lose confluence in my indicators. I size down. So if you size down from a small position already, it becomes a zero position and sit out. So with that being said, if we lose MHP, I'm just going to go chill for the day and not do anything. So hopefully we don't, and the market will absolutely collapse. It is a crash deluxe if you break here. Crash. Okay. Market's okay. So this is the make or break. That's how good Rocket Scooter's pivots are. These are all based on options. If you start flipping into negative gamma, it's a problem. We're gonna chill. Don't touch the button yet. It's all how meticulous we are in this area. What's the red line? This is illiquidity pivot. Now you're a TPT, waiting to win a TPT giveaway. All right, Vanessa. We'll do that TPT. As we wait, MHP QQQ coming right up. SPY is an MHP break to the downside, already irrational, so just being very careful today. About at this little spawn here. COD day. Yeah, it's like a gaming day. You know, take your time and just kind of like. So about 210. Wait, hold on, 220. About 210 is the level now. I just redid the calculation. Yeah, it's about 210. That's it. Like. Let's look at VIX today. VIX is in a bullish liquidity map today as well. Ugh. Check some of the stocks that we have. Going to earnings, Apple and a BLD, Amazon, Microsoft. So has MHP below us. That's good. Microsoft has got some support. Nvidia, let's keep an eye on this because Nvidia is at a good spot where Nvidia can provide some momentum. So we'll see. So is the market going to crash or not going to crash today? What do y'all think? For funsies, I can throw one at it. Just one. And I know this is a terrible idea. Terrible idea. Momentum's really high and strong. But let me take an MHP break because an MHP bounce potential setup. The R&R is there. I got a 40-point drop on this, so I'll probably be $800 if I'm wrong. Again, to bet that I don't think that the market should collapse, but if it does, it does. So we're just going to take something small here, one account, something really small. Betting from MHP to next level. Let me see where that is. Just something tiny. Risky. My bet is basically like, is the market going to crash or not? Just put something a little small here. And then, of course, if I'm wrong, it's like, it's wrong small. So I got about 40 points of drawdown I can take on this, and then I'd probably be done with it. So for my entry point, right about here, and the MHP break is just automatic sit out for the day. And I could take a teeny loss and just get out of the way for the day if I'm wrong. That is a little more brutal than I thought it would be. All right, that's the 40 points. Goodbye. Okay. Nope. I'll try again if I'll take one more attempt if we reclaim it. Other than that, that's it for the day. The market's getting a lot more stupid than I thought it would be. There's that red line tap. That's the last little spot, but I'm a little too timid to take that one. Trump raising tension with Canada might trigger some sellers. That'd be so crazy if this just turns into like one of those just shit days again. Like we used to have. Like news on top of news on top of news. Like Trump just basically has no foresight to like do anything good to the market. His advisor should be whispering in his ear right now. Trump, say something good. Give us some hope. So irrational market down here, not going to do anything. I'll reclaim if we get above MHP. I'll take one more stab at this. Negative, bad. Gamma, positive, okay. I always try to take a statistical long off of that hedge pressure is not breaking, but if hedge pressure is breaking, that's just bad. So market's flushing very hard today. We know to sit out and just chill. I took my one stab at my long pivot. Other than that, not taking a long here either. Just gonna wait. I'll take one more long if we reclaim hedge pressure though. Get the weak hands out. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. But the problem is that you want in on the short so bad. What do you mean you want in on the short? You have to remember, like, I love you to death, man, but you can't think like that. Like, in the market, the only way you make money in any direction is to be first. You want to jump in like at the middle towards the end. Always sounds like the dumbest play. Just be careful to want in on something, right? I know you're saying that just to say that because I know you don't really mean that, but remember, everybody here, don't see something and be like, I want to get in on that, because all you need is people dumber than you. And if they're there, then you'll make some money. But the last in line, it's called the greater fool theory, right? The next foolish person in line removes, takes your investment off your hands, etc. So chasing something that you didn't have the foresight on is not the reward that a trader will get. A trader gets the reward by seeing it before other people see it. So be careful. Yeah, no FOMO on the short side. Trump in a massive rant spree today. Is he off his meds today or something? Actually, let me draw this up a little bit higher. They all can see a little bit better. Remember, in trading, getting in on something. Always tell yourself, and this isn't for you, consistent. This is for everybody, because I know you're smart. But for everybody else, getting in on something is never the mentality you should ever have. I want to do something before other people see it, and that's the mentality you want to have. Red line is always a pivot. When I told you guys you'll be naming your kids Rocket and Scooter, and I tell you how good that fucking pivot is, I just wasn't going to take it because my R&R is, while it's good, that is the pivot, and it was to the penny ish, to the tick ish, as I told you it would be. Okay, this market is okay here. The market is very bad here. Very bad. PMI is incoming. This is the manufacturing PMI today. The ISM numbers. So, is that correct? These ISM. Or is it the Chicago? Today's Chicago? Oh, yeah. Hold on. ISM. Wednesday. PCE numbers. Chicago PMI at 45. That just came out. Then we have, core PCE today. The ISM numbers tomorrow then. Oh, it's ISM tomorrow, my bad. So in 13 minutes, we got the PCE price index stuff coming out. So as long as we recover here, it's fine. And below here, we're just going to wait. I never see the market moving in a direction and say I want to get in on it except for up. Markets are going up, I always want to get in on it because markets always go up. So there's never a time to not want to get in on a long. On the short side, shorts always are temporarily played out. If you didn't see it like ahead of time to get the bigger bulk of the move, by the time you want to chase a short, a lot of times you might be the last one in. Now, right now, this could be a big crash day on the market, but missing out on a crash day should be something that conditions somebody to say, oh, I'm learning something. Next time market crashes, let me get in on this, because you're going to be wrong most of the time. This is an education for everybody. Did I close my options position? No. Not on this. I always close my option position at the end of the day, and then I reconfigure what I want to do. Am I still bullish in this market? 100%. 100%. It's not bad enough. Even GDP numbers like this, based on the tariffs, we're a phone call away from all of this fixing. So the timing could be wrong of when they fix it. They will fix it, but they may not fix it by my expiration. That's my only fear. So, at the end of the day, I have a decision to make. Do I scoot it out another month and then buy the dip with more money, as I've been prone to do, or hold on to the fort? And we'll see how today plays out with earnings and everything else. The market just gets obliterated today by earnings. Oh shit, we have earnings after market. All right, I'm gonna close. I'll close tomorrow morning if the market shits the bed on earnings. I'm still gonna hang on tight though. Yeah, longs are more reliable, shorts are temporary, 100%. Ooh, MHP a second time? I promise you guys, you'll learn a little bit here. I want to get in on this sort of mentality. We're not going to have that mentality here, right? As a matter of fact, breaking MHP is a second attempt at a long 9200 reclaim is a good long position to take. I can attempt one more time if it does break. Let's look at NVIDIA again. NVIDIA, ooh, picking up some momentum here. I could take the bet. I'm very nervous about it, but I could risk another $1,000. Just one again on MHP break. NVIDIA is picking up some momentum. Resiliences have actually improved as well. MHP resilience is still negative, but as we've been approaching this, it's looking slightly better. The first, actually, no, it's actually the same. So the first time was negative 30. The second time we're approaching it's negative 27. Okay, slightly better, probably because NVIDIA's moving up. I'm taking the same stupid bet twice that we hold the market. Now, again, the R&R is very clean on this if I get it. If I'm wrong, then I'm just wrong in the wrong way. But the R&R is fantastic from here to wherever that S&P proxy is. So let's calculate it again. NASDAQ. Again, this is a stupid bet. Please, for the love of God, don't copy what I'm doing. Rose only today, y'all. Oh, so 40 points off of MHP. So let's go ahead and do a line here on hedge pressure proxy. 40 points off of low, about 260 is the level. Again, stupid bet. Nobody better be copying what I'm doing. Oops. I just think the news shouldn't be a surprise to people. This was expected. The GDP was expected to be low. It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. But, you know, Wall Street tends to freak out and overreact to the stupidest shit sometimes. But yeah, for me to be like, I want to chase this to the downside. Well, GDP quarter-over-quarter growth rate negative on tariffs. Oh, well, of course we expect that. Again, this is a stupid bet. Again, I'm going to risk another $1,000. If I'm wrong, I'm just going to bet that the market doesn't collapse. And again, please don't copy my trade today. I know it's a dumb bet, but the R&R is pretty decent in case there's recovery. The reason I'm inspired to do this is because NVIDIA has somehow found a bid and hasn't crashed out. As a matter of fact, NVIDIA has broken monthly hedge pressure to the upside. That's very promising. And over the last maybe 15 minutes, other stocks have followed suit. As a matter of fact, let's go to the scanner and figure out which stocks those are. And I'll risk another $1,000 on this if I'm wrong. But the R&R could be there. Let's see what happens if NVIDIA bounces there. MHP breakup, only 14 stocks, huh? Not a lot. How many are above? But I take that bet every single time, though. I always have to bet on the side of the market. 260 stocks still above MHP, which is good. Wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. INTC, Palantir, Pfizer, Starbucks, Amazon are all still in good standing. It's not terrible. Let's watch Amazon since Amazon's got earnings tomorrow. Hard to believe that the stocks would shit the bed the day before their own earnings, but we'll see. Could it be a short position on the MHP touch? I don't short below the DD bands ever happen. If the market's going to crash, I just sit out and miss out on the sell-off. I never see the market selling off and tell myself I need to get in on it. I either find a couple key pivots to try a reversal on, or then I sit down and let it fall. If you guys aren't, and I'm screaming this little blue in the face, stop asking me these questions, you guys. If you're not smart enough to see that way the fuck up here, you're an idiot trying to see it down here. You might win and get lucky today and maybe squeeze out a little bit of juice from this lemon. Like you squeeze a lemon to death and you'll get a drop of juice out of it, I promise. But if you didn't see it up at the top, don't try to see it at the bottom. Don't. If it's going to fall, it's better to miss out, because the minute any news could come out, they kick it right the other way. You don't want to be short exposed this far down. And it's better to miss out on 100, 500 point, 10% move to the downside than to be exposed on the chance happening that Trump says a shred of good news. The real short players would have been, I'm going to bet the GDP is going to be terrible, and then wrote it down and got the news, and now are cashing out for profit. Right now, what's the mechanism? The mechanism is there momentum to the downside? Maybe it's going to keep falling. Then I'd rather just miss out on the craziness. If the market's overreacting, let them overreact, right? The real talk. So that's the real talk. Is you guys remember, and again, I could be eating my words and the market could fall another 500 points. You can say, see, I could have made that money, but that's not the money to make. Remember, I got 75% win rate in this environment. The reason for that is I usually sit down on shit like this. I take my 1 or 2 long stabs if I can at the right pivots, and then I sit out. To imagine why the market's moving is because we're overreacting to the GDP number. We've had a habit of Wall Street overreacting to this tariff stuff. And so negative GDP quarter over quarter growth, 2 quarters in a row, 2 readings in a row is considered a recession. Is this a recession that GDP is slowing down, or a recession sign? Is GDP growth rate slowing down? Well, obviously, I mean, the tariffs, but we've already priced this in. There's nothing new. This shouldn't be a surprise to Wall Street quants. And so the idea is technically, while as you see, there is an MHP possible short, as you see, there's a little rejection off of it. It's not, the opportunity is bad for me to not ever take it. And if today it falls and then I miss out on some giant fall, that's okay. It's never baked into my 75% win rate, which, by the way, I have a 75% win rate if you're just tuning into the stream. You guys want to see a picture of that? Let me pop one up here real quick. Now, again, I always bet on the side of positive gamma if I can, but I could be absolutely wrong today. Market's in very strong, very weird spot right now. And S&P is at its own red line as well. Be careful today. I said I'm gonna risk another $1,000 on this one and call it. If it doesn't work out. Nope. That's yesterday's. Don't let me lie to you. 74% win rate. Sorry, not 75. Let's get it right. Take one more stab at this. I'll just call it if I'm wrong. Yep, call it. And then that's it. So now the market does fall. Just sit out and let it do its thing. But statistically, I got to take that stab every time. So just spending a little bit of the profit gains for the day. Today is the day to watch. Yeah, just wait and watch. So as you see, I took my 40-point stop, lost my $1,000 and just called it. Sitting out, not chasing has helped you a ton. Yeah. Don't ask questions. Go play Oblivion. Yeah. Has anybody played the new Oblivion? How do you like it? Next question. So when I told you guys today before the stream, and y'all were like, "What's that red line you're drawing?" Do you see that pivot on that red line? See how strong it is, even in this environment? They are very strong pivots. It's called illiquidity pivot. And then the S&P 5473. Do you remember? Everyone here pre-market when I forecasted that would be the first pivot, and that's it. That's how good that technique is. It's one of the strongest techniques you can do in futures. But yeah, I did, betting that the stocks are going to hold the fort, but today, let it fall. And it's never a thing of like, let me chase the short. And you might see like some of your favorite influencers could be tweeting, I made a short, look what I did, I made all this money. But the making the money is always in the speculation part. And then we wake up to this shit market. I get one technical pivot to maybe long off of, but the rest of the rules are sit out on this on the short side and then wait for good news. The reason you sit out is not because you're a wuss, you're like a pansy, but it's to wait for good news, because the good news, it takes one, we're working the stuff out with China comment, and the market just, we're back up to here. So just be very careful. The rules are very strict below these bands. I'll show you guys. If you can read on the screen here, let me make it a little bit bigger. Right there. Below the green line, absolutely no shorting. And people keep asking, well, what about a short here? What about a short there? No shorting. If the market's falling, this is the time to let it fall. Let the markets have a shit day where they fall, and then you just wait. There's a better day tomorrow or whatever. As spontaneous volatility picks up, the market's going to have lots of ups and downs. You don't want to be caught off guard, shorting at the wrong spot, especially shorting at a low, because you can get squeezed very badly on the volatility alone. There could be a big green up candle before some more red. It's just wise to know, hey, this market is crappy today, but look how much power I have control. I'm going to sit out on this one. And again, we have no setup from here, so we're just going to wait it out. And I wait for good news. Anytime we breach MHP, I always take a long stab just in case. And I'll take a long stab every day. I'll risk $1,000 of this $100,000 I have every time to take it, because the opportunity is there in case it does reverse. So if good news comes out or something else comes out, I take it. Self-control is how I have a 74% win rate. There's nothing in this environment. This is the worst trading environment you've ever seen. So how do I have 74% over the last 3 months? You know what I'm saying? There's a trick to it. What's my highest score? Wait, what? Monkey, would you? My highest score in which game? What are you talking about? Are you getting some kind of spreads are picking up on NASDAQ? Somebody saying something or what? Let's check the news. And obviously, guys, be very glued to the news today. The only thing I ever do down here is I can take small trades, just small stabs at strong pivots only, monthly hedge pressure, which is the orange, bears on top, bulls on bottom, red line. And so when we're irrational on top of DD band break, the small becomes a sit out. That's kind of the rules. We have this mechanical rule of position management. So the way that our position management works is that we teach you guys in our classes. I have something called a normal trade, a medium trade, a small trade, and a sit out trade. Anytime I lose confluence on any of my indicators, my normal trade becomes a medium, my medium trade becomes a small, my small trade becomes a sit out. So already a small trade that was here, I lose the level, I step down on my position size to a sit out. So losing MHP, normally I can long off of this red line, but it's a sit out. And as I'm telling you guys, we're one good news event away from the market coming up with the green candles. This is why y'all are here to listen to me. I love you guys to death. Stay here until 11 o'clock. I'm going to give away a Tradeify funded account today. PCE comes down, the market flips the other direction. I'll take another stab at this at MHP if we get there. So remember, kids, y'all gonna learn something from here. We don't gamble on the stream. We beat the market with odds. I beat the market for a job. You watch me babysit these Tradeify accounts up to the 100K profit mark. I'm a smidge away from it. Well, a smidge plus minus 2K. Yeah. Just wait for something better to come out. 75% is good at the trading game. Oh yeah. In bear markets, I've been known to breach 80% some months. But I'm one of the few people out there as a genuine true edge that I let you guys watch me do. So no one else on YouTube really has an edge. They just trade with a style that's not as consistent as what I do, but you know, good risk management's all you really need to be good at trading. But I genuinely do have an edge. So I have certain setups that work 90% of the time. I just milk them all day long. And when they don't line up, we just chill, we just wait. So the community of traders, there's still periods of illiquidity on the community of traders. I would say that arguably the last read on this that we got last week, the blue was sloping up and the green was sloping up. So they actually both took an uptick. So that actually became part of the illiquid short squeeze to the upside, which is what we were seeing. Other than that, they're kind of relatively flat despite being upticking. So it's inconclusive to really say that there's something you can do off of that. So hard to say. The trend in general for this, we look for this to find liquidity in the market, right? So this is the S&P futures commemorative traders. You look at this one right here. In general, over the longer term trend, we've just been seeing that bullish liquidation since December. And now we were seeing some short squeezing and then some more shorting and then short squeezing again. So it's not as illiquid as we thought it would be, but it's still, they're both kind of sloping down as you've been noticing over the course of March till now. And that's the residual part of this. So the question becomes like, where are we with this? And it's really hard to say, but in general, it still doesn't look that great. But all the two recent upticks are promising that the market is stabilizing, which is okay. This is an overreaction to the GDP numbers. The bias on a lot of the stocks are not short, which is interesting to see. A lot of the stocks actually are sitting very pretty, and we have big earnings today and tomorrow. It's really hard to imagine that stocks would actually pick a direction and collapse into their earnings. I've never really, like Microsoft has earnings today. It's hard to imagine would just completely shit the bed before earnings. These GDP numbers were expected. You have to speculate, right, that the expectation is already baked in. There's obviously going to be an effect of the tariffs, and I don't think that was much different than what people already expected. I thought the GDP was going to be bad, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. But you can't ever guess how Wall Street's going to behave. Do you risk an FOMC? Yeah, but also, I mean, people are really, really, really just waiting for Trump to say something good, something awesome, you know, like. The bias is not short today. Absolutely not short today. That is absolutely a wrong call. That is the wrong call. That's a terrible call, as a matter of fact. The bias was short this morning. Right now, the bias is questionably low. Stocks are positive gamma. Microsoft is good. Meta is good. No, not yet. Meta's okay. Apple's bullish liquidity map. Nvidia is fine. So the market from here is hard to guess, I would say. I wouldn't be thinking we short at the bottom is a smart move as a trader. I wouldn't be thinking anything other than I hope the market gives me some good news and I can jump back in on the long setup. From down here, statistically speaking, the market needs to fall or move rapidly on unexpected news. And that's kind of where your brain should always be. Something that shocks the market. And a bad GDP read with high tariffs is not going to be unexpected. I feel like Wall Street would already have priced a lot of that in, but we'll see. From here, if there's an overreaction, the best thing to do is just sit out because it's inconclusive as the way Wall Street's going to behave. So the last thing I ever do is try to guess from here. Markets like this, it is so smart to sit out and wait. Tesla down 6%, yeah. Tesla's down. Let's check the map on Tesla on the way. Yeah, Tesla has no pivots either. So right now, all I do is I wait for a break of this orange line to go, or I sit out with negative gamma exposure, leading the market. On hedge pusher crash, hedge pusher break. This is monthly as well. So you get negative, or you get, when I say negative, it's short order flow to hedging. So inside of here, the shorting could pick up due to hedging and create an extended move. Obviously, a catalyst is active as well, since we need to mark that off of the event. We need to mark this somewhere. Risk interval on NASDAQ is 215.75. Let's do some math really quick. 504. $288. Cat active. We always say that really quick. Let me delete the S&P proxy, since I don't know where that's going to be. But let's just reframe this. Cat active. Remember, no shorting at the bottom. We hate doing that stuff. MHP a second time? Jesus Christ, the market's like, Matt, trade B. Okay, market. Why the hell not? Again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you're here to learn something. Again, I take a stab at it every time. That's the rule. And again, Catalyst is active, so I probably shouldn't be trading much. But in the rules we teach you guys, when cats are active, you sit out of the way. Let's do NQ. Let's do S&P really quick. S&P risk interval is pretty high. So what this trick is, you're going to go down to this table. You're going to take the number that Rocket Scooter is giving you, which is 6025. And let's see how good I am at morning math. 56. Again, I take one more stab for another $1,000 attempt. 5556 minus 6025. 54.95. What did I say? Did I say 54.95? Never see a move, guys, and decide to jump in on the move. And just try to be ahead of the curve always. That's the trick in trading. Try to be smarter than the next person. That's all you ever have to do as a trader. Try to be first. Take a stab at being first. Take a little bit of risk. My position is very small because my risk is very high. The reward to risk ratio is very high on this, at least to the Catalyst active. 288 target on the upside. About 80 points rip. I could probably make back my losses on this one contract if I'm right. But Thomas Rodriguez, you're new to this world, but Gamma stands for? Gamma is the rate of change of order flow based on hedging exposed options. Market makers are zeroing their risk out. The gamma is the rate of change of the delta, and the delta is the amount of change in price of the option relative to the underlying that it's tracking. So the example being that if NVIDIA goes up, then NVIDIA option goes up a certain amount. The difference, the ratio at which the rates, they both go up at different rates, is called delta. Now, and an easier to understand way of like why delta is important or gamma is important is that it's the amount of order flow that you're going to get due to hedging. So gamma is a very important number because it implies acceleration to price. Let me show you something. Now, again, If you guys, an easier way to understand this is like, you guys remember physics? I'm out there some like university physics at you. You got a ball sitting on the floor. A ball has a position. If you change the position over time, distance over time, that's equal to speed, right? And when you change your speed over time, that's equal to acceleration, right? You guys remember basic physics, right? The ball moves, there's a velocity, and then as the velocity is increasing, that's acceleration. So you can think of position as price, you can think of speed as delta, and you can think of acceleration as gamma. It's the same differential equation in Black-Scholes as is in your momentum conservation equations or whatever in physics. So I'm an engineer, so I always try to think of things in like physics and math, right? Okay. So anyways, it's the acceleration of order flow due to hedging. And gamma is very important because it's the maximum acceleration of order flow. So these monthly hedge pressure numbers are very important because it's the maximum exposure of the market makers. So you will see the maximum order flow at that level. If you see what I'm saying. Now, as you see, I took a second long here, right at that spot. This is good. I'm gonna get my 40 points at least up to this blue line. So monthly hedge pressure is the maximum gamma exposure of market makers to monthly options, which is trading against the bigger firms out there. Hedge pressure, QQQ. And the blue is the weekly. So as you see, I take small longs from A to B. I took a stab here and failed, took a stab here and failed, took a stab here, and it's kind of winning. So that's my first target. I know I'm not making everything back, but at least I'm making something back. So remember, kids, when you get down here and people are like, the bias is short, you listen to daddy, okay? That's why you're here. Listen to daddy. All right, let's make my first $1,000 back. Fucking sucks. All right, take that scalp every day. You barely pass algebra. That's all right, Ken. That's all right. You don't need to use algebra anymore. You know, my 7-year-old son asked me about algebra in the car. I was very proud of him. And once I taught him algebra in the car, we leave Dave & Buster's and I'm teaching him algebra. He's like, Daddy, what's algebra? And I'm like, well, you know when you do 3 + 3 = 6? He goes, yeah. And I go, well, 3 + 3 = X. And so X is 6. And X just is a stand-in, a fill-in for the number, right? It's something you use as a placeholder. And so you can say 3 + X = 6. And he goes, oh, so 3. And I go, well, the answer is not 3. The answer in algebra is always, you're telling somebody what the variable is. You must define the variable X = 3 and then, or declare the variable and define its value. So the answer is like X = 3. And I was like, so 5 + X = 9. He goes, X = 4. And I was like, great. And he goes, so what's calculus? I'm just like, bro, you're 7, slow down. Jesus. Listen to daddy. No, but seriously though, I had a good time. This is my son's birthday this week and he just turned 7. But driving home from Dave & Buster's, explaining to him what calculus was kind of fun. Mind you, this was me at that age as well. And I don't think I was that as smart as he is. I don't think I was probably learning algebra in elementary school. I know that for sure, but I don't think at 7. I don't remember learning stuff in 7. But YouTube, man, YouTube is accelerating our kids. Crazier than we ever thought. You guys have kids out there? Is YouTube making your kids geniuses? It's crazy. Yeah, as gamma is explaining gamma, it's the rate of change. So like the example is, and it's just the easiest way. I try to describe in a way it's easier for people to understand. So when price goes up in like the stock, if I sold a call, right, and price goes up, then there's a higher probability that call's in the money when it expires. So higher probability somebody's going to exercise that call against me, and therefore they bought the call, so they have a right to buy the shares. This means I gotta have the shares to give them. So if I sold a call and market's going up, somebody's going to buy the shares from me. So I need to have the shares. So I need to go buy them from someone else. So when price goes up, there's a delta, which is the rate of change at which I need to be buying my shares. If the delta goes from like 0.6 to 0.7, it's a scale of 0 to 1. So every 1/10 of a point of delta, I'm going to long 10 shares. That's all it's telling you. That's very important because it's helping you predict order flow. So as somebody sells a call and price goes up against them, they have to long 10 shares for every 0.1 delta. And so the gamma exposure or the delta exposure is the amount of everyone longing. It could be millions of shares needed to long. And you look at every option, every level, you've got this balance. But if you can pinpoint where the market makers are, which the Rock Security team is able to do with the indicators in this platform, is that you can find out this is the maximum amount of hedging. So when you hit those levels, it's the max amount of order flow that you can predict, i.e. volume spike. It's a fancy word for saying volume spike, you guys. And so gamma is the speed at which that delta changes, because it's not a linear move either. Delta, as a matter of fact, if you were to have an option that expires here and you were to draw how delta moves, like you turn your head to the side and you draw a graph this way, the rate of change of delta is like this. Delta changes the fastest near the option strike price. So the fact that it has a faster rate of change here, that's where gamma is maximized at the actual strike itself. So when you balance all options that have exposure, gamma is the acceleration of order flow. So like gamma is like where your volume just literally spikes up like crazy. It's like pressing the gas on a car. So gamma exposure, maximum of market makers. Market makers are people that are balancing their risk. They are delta hedging. So the maximum amount of delta hedging is what maximum gamma means. Where gamma is flip-flopping from positive to negative, it means the maximum is here. And so the maximum gamma exposure of dealers is a fancy word for saying maximum order flow due to hedging. So maximum volume spike. And so when you touch this orange line anywhere, you're going to see a volume spike. Period. And so when we trade, we look for volume to trade off of, and that's what we're looking for. So as an example, here's QQQ has been playing at its own monthly hedge pressure all day. And this is monthly options exposure, is a whole different thing. Remember when I told you guys, we don't short at the bottom? The market's now rallying from here. Catalyst is active, so I'm not be trading, but I did take that scalp a second time, mitigated some of my losses. Now I'm chilling on this to see what happens. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. We love that y'all are staying here every single day. Cat line for ES, buddy, is 289 for NASDAQ and 95 for S&P. Cat active line. Ahmet says 1937, we go to 19100. It's very possible. That's a good pivot, but I like your pivot right there, 307. You're right there at the cat active line, yeah. So, like I said, this is just an attempted scalp from here to here. I don't feel any kind of comfort doing any kind of trading when the catalyst is active. So above here, we need to find some pivots, right? But when I tell you guys, when you see the move happen like this and you analyze why it's happening, the market's just moving on it's news we already knew. And so this is an overreaction. I don't like to be the fool at the end of the market. And if you sat on your hands and you had this, like, your brain was like, short it, you moron, and you're like, but Matt told me not to short below the bands, and your hand is like, shut up, short, don't listen to him. Oh, listen to Matt, like the angel and the devil on your shoulder, like yelling at you, and then you didn't do anything and you feel proud that you did anything and you had active restraint in the market. This is where high win rate comes from, is sitting out of things that you know are just stupid and then not being stupid yourself. What's my next step? From here, it's very hard to make a next step. While QQQ Catalyst is active, any support in MHP is a second stab at this. If MHP resilience gets better, this orange line, we tap it a second time, I'll hit it a second time. Catalyst is active though, so we kind of teach you guys to sit out down here. But in either case, there is limited upside today. Resilience numbers are very negative, so at maximum, this is probably as good as it's going to get. So that was a scalp just to make some, I took that scalp twice and lost, and one time and won, and so that's basically it. But the opportunity here is not to bang on the market like we're plunging into a recession because the GDP numbers are crazy. We're plunging into a recession as long as the tariffs stay active in their current state. That's what that tells you. If they don't change anything, yeah, we're plunging into a recession. The GDP numbers clearly reflect that. Today's going to give oh, Donnie Trump, something to think about. Do you keep full court press on China? Because we get another quarter of this, people are start calling this a recession. It's like in poker, most hands losing hands, yeah. On the 15 opening range breakout, Jason, I don't really know much about it. Michael G is correct, the acceleration of delta, or the acceleration of price. So gamma is the velocity of delta. Delta is the velocity of the price change ratio. So gamma is the acceleration of the price change ratio, which is the price change of the option divided by the price change of the underlying. So you got it kind of close. Acceleration of delta would be the velocity of gamma. I don't know if there's is there a gamma acceleration or a gamma velocity Greek? Did they go fourth derivative here? I never really looked that far into, they go crazy with Greeks these days. This is a Greek for everything though. I don't think they would do a velocity of gamma though. But yeah, you guys nailed it. The move today is to wait for the catalyst to kind of clear up as this event turns to a non-event and then see what's going to happen from here. We don't have really many actionable pivots except for MHP and hedge pressure right here. These are actionable pivots. But again, micros only with the cat active. Ever thought about putting the greater market widget in the platform? Every fucking day. I tell myself every day, I'm tired of writing this thing with my horrible handwriting, with my green pencil tool, that I'd love to just have it all in one spot. And I need to get my guys to build this. Yeah, 100%. That'd be awesome. Or just a giant arrow that's like bullish or bearish. So, ladies and gentlemen, did anybody wake up today and short like the market was going to crash? Or did you wake up and say, that's bogus news? We already priced that in. Market's probably going to rally off of that. How'd you guys do? Did y'all learn something today? Hopefully you learned something today. I like to hope you guys learned something today. When I'm going to be number one on Top Step, I guess I should try to go for leaderboard on Top Step just for funsies. You know, I won some trading contests last year. Let's see if I can't go in there and knock them out. Learn every day. Learn something every day. It's been great so far. Got smoked in pre-market. T-Kid over here trading pre-market. You are a danger seeker, my friend. I don't even got the balls to trade pre-market some days. I get scared. Especially with shit like this. I need the market to be open and give me my data. Do I use trailing stops or just targets? Just targets. Trailing stop is a subjective thing that you can't use effectively. If the market's going up like this and you have a trailing stop, in periods of low volatility, it might do this. In periods of high volatility, it might do this. How do you gauge one to the next? How far is your trailing stop? It needs to be a function of volatility in some way. You need to come up with some kind of equation that says, at a certain state of volatility, my trailing stop needs to trail a certain distance. So if you're using a trailing stop, people arbitrarily set one, and that's a really silly amateur way to trade if you're not adjusting for volatility. And I don't know how to adjust for volatility, a trailing stop, so therefore I never use them. So by default, I don't use them because they're ineffective. You know what I'm saying? Like the market can fall 10 points and still go. The market can fall 50 points and still go. And it's hard to gauge the distance of the range as a function of volatility, because volatility is a function of the options. So the underlying has some tie into those, you know, the volatility, but it's really more like a supply and demand of the options themselves. So it's kind of hard to say if VIX is 50, my trailing stop is 30. VIX is 80, my trailing stop is 50. It's very hard to gauge volatility. So therefore, that trailing stops became very hard because you never knew how to use one. I never knew how to use one, how to make one that worked in all conditions. And so basically, I don't rob my trade short of its profit. I either go to target or I go to stop. Like today, this was a 40-point rip from here to here. Go to profit or go to stop, and that's basically how it works. And so I don't rob myself of potential profit by taking out gains too early. Kind of the way I do it. New life. So yeah, let the trade breathe, man. Let's let it breathe a little bit. Use trailing stop. Little Blue says when everything is bullish and VIX is, yeah. So Little Blue's doing the correct things. Little Blue, very smart. Always love hearing what he has to say. Very smart. So when VIX is in an ideal spot, then you know that you're not going to have crazy volatility to trigger a trailing stop when you were actually right on the trade and miss out on a bigger game. So that's absolutely correct. If I were to do a trailing stop method, I would do exactly what he's telling you he does. That's very smart. Then he picks a level that makes sense to him, 23% retracement or whatever. But the fact that he's using a trailing stop in the environment that you're not volatile is perfect because you're not going to get kick you out of your trade early. The fact that he said VIX less than triple makes me very proud. That's exactly what you need to do. In that environment, the market's not going to have unusual volatility against your trailing stop. You know, the market's going to move and not really have a lot of volatility. So you need to pick a trailing stop that's fat enough that the micro changes and fluctuation of price won't get you. And 23% of the move is probably very wide. So he's giving himself plenty of room to breathe with that. I like that. Not a bad idea. Tough market to trade, staying small. Yeah. One trade on Twitch. Yeah. Tom, this is what I'm saying. Tom is learning. You guys are learning from the master here. That's exactly right. The last thing you want to do is be short exposed in a market where Trump is working out trade deals. The moment a trade deal happens, the 2% down market is 5% up. And that can happen like at any moment in time. The last thing I want to do is be short. You know why? Because what happens if they say the trade deal doesn't work out? We've already priced in tariffs. This is the level of pricing in tariffs. It's priced in. Absolutely priced in. You guys remember December until now? Y'all remember y'all remember December till now? You remember this? You guys remember this? This is pricing in the full breadth of the tariffs. That's why we're here and not there. This is where we were. This is tariffs. Right now, the market is continuing to price in tariffs, which is like here. We overshot here, and then we kind of hovered here. As news got slightly better, it got slightly better here. If Trump says, tariffs are back on, fuck China, then we just go right to there. People think that tariffs back on means that in the next day or two, or month or two, we're like down to here. And that's absolutely not the case. To even break lows will take at least 1 quarter, maybe 2 from now. It will take 6 months to break lows. I guarantee it. That's how markets move. We've already priced in tariffs. And unless they get worse or companies show worse earnings each quarter, then we find lower lows. Yes. We've already priced in the tariffs. So the opportunity is to the upside, not to the downside. To the downside, we'd be betting on tariffs getting worse, which is not going to happen. We're betting on companies failing due to the tariffs, and that's not going to happen tomorrow. That's going to happen in a quarter period of time, or 2 quarters, or 3 quarters, or 4 quarters. So I'm shorting the market for it to crash. I'm buying puts for next month. Fucking idiot. Literally stop trading. Write me a check and give me your money because I will spend it better than you will. I swear to God, I teach people with the dumbest fucking mentality sometimes. Not you guys. You guys are all smart, but I hear idiots come through here with the dumbest things I've ever heard. You have to think critically as a trader. Or a supply shock. Yeah, like something has to happen that's new. You need new news to come in that we didn't already think about. The market has to respond. Because remember when in 2008, when the market was falling and we were selling on the housing crisis and the market just traded the housing crisis in? The market crash in 08, 09 had nothing to do with the housing crisis. It had everything to do with banks failing. You needed a new thing to happen. The banks were exposed to the mortgage market, and that's why they collapsed. But you need new things. So companies are exposed to the tariffs. You need them to collapse for the market to collapse underneath it. I've been trading for what year is this? 2015, 2025? I've been trading for 15 years now. I've seen it all. I've been through it all. I know exactly how Wall Street thinks. Case in point, my bias has been long today. Some people in the short chat were like, man, I can't wait to get in on this on the short side. As much as I can't give you guys investment advice, I do like to slap people upside the head. That is MMA advice. I'm teaching you how to fight. So I slap you upside the head. That is self-defense advice. So how are my options doing? I'm scared to look, to be honest. But I'm deciding at the end of the day what I want to do. Now, again, negative GDP is expected because of tariffs, or negative GDP growth is expected because of tariffs. And so, and prices are expected to go up, as we saw today. But Wall Street never gets that wrong. They are so good at figuring that out before the numbers come out. So the overreaction to those numbers is what we're dealing with today. Now, again, DD ratio greater than half. I'll be willing to take a long at the green band when we get there. I know it sounds like crazy to long even here, but that is an absolutely amazing long to take. So yeah, cat active line is here. Trisha is here. Market's good. I need to find a good long to get in on. As long as the market becomes rational again, I'm going to hit this long pretty heavy. So, all right, you guys, about 30 minutes away, we'll do a Tradeify funded account giveaway. Don't go anywhere. Leave the stream open. I give away funded accounts here. All the affiliate dollars we bring in, we convert that to buying accounts for you guys. So, you know, we get a cut of the sales. I give away a funded Tradeify account. Every day we have 500 viewers. So today, let's keep it. Accurate, more funded traders on the stream than any 5 streams combined. Not only just giving away accounts, but I think I help people get better at this too, maybe. When Tradeify Project X. That'd be kind of nice. Yeah, inside DD bands, I'll take the long every time. Yeah. On the confirmation. SPY's about to break MHP to the upside, which is really good. Let's take a look at SPY today. Cat active has gone on SPY. That's really good. I don't hate that. Bear long down on SPY is pretty bearish still. So actually, I will take a long on proxy if S&P breaks here. So this is a chase long on the MHP break. We did open above it after all. We should try to get back above it. So again, I'm still not trading this range right now. Gamma exposure is the most powerful trading tool for retail traders, you guys. If y'all are listening to me talk about this, it's the new thing. Trend lines and candles and all that other stuff is completely obsolete right now. I have 75% win rate trading gamma exposure numbers. That's it. It is the new status quo in trading, and we are the leader of the pack in the gamma exposure world, the Rocket Scooter. There's a bunch of companies out there, Spot, Gamma, Unusual Whales, that are trying to mimic what we've made, and they're not even close to making what we've made, but they're on the same ballpark and they're decent. People haven't figured out the dealer exposure model. We cracked the code. So our stuff is very solid at that. I will trade long if we get back into positive gamma, or obviously acceleration of delta price, accelerated volume on delta hedging. That's what we want to see. So I'll take the long only on MHP break. I'll sit out here. If you are a bear, opportunistically, this is your short to take from there. If you are bearish, that's it. That's it. Not here, not jump in on this, not whatever. As I tell you guys, don't be the last fool to the party. You want to short, always short off of something for a reason. I'm shorting off of MHP because the stocks are breaking MHP. That's a great answer from here to somewhere. But down in here, I'm going to get in on this, and I hopefully slap people enough that they wake up and say, hold on, let me remember. I long because I want it to bounce off of something and go, and I short because I want it to bounce something and go. Okay, not get in on this. Get in on this never pays out when you're shorting. It always pays out when you're longing. If you want to get in on a bull market, you're always going to make money jumping in. Markets always go up. A short market, you're flipping coins, jumping in on a downside move, trying to get something out of it. If you didn't see it ahead of time, you didn't likely bank. So in this moment, I don't know what's going to happen. That's why I sit out. They asked me like, what do you think it's going to go? I don't know, but I know opportunity strikes on reclaiming 547.5 on the S&P, but I need the confirmation to get that. So down in here is still kind of like no man's land. The market's playing around. This market's trapping some bulls right now. The market's trapping some bears. And everybody out there is like frustrated and struggling. What do I do? And then we're like, okay, we know what we're going to do. We're going to wait. We're going to take the guaranteed play. If the market restabilizes after this nonsense, then we can just shrug it off and say, Wall Street doesn't care. They overreacted. As a matter of fact, the best thing to do is to wait for Trump to come out and say something positive, which he likely will. He's talking twice today. Trump is not going to walk out there and stand in front of a camera and say anything hardcore about China. Because if he was, his advisors right now are like erasing his speech and rewriting that shit. Trump, GDP numbers came out. Maybe go light on your full court press today. Don't want to crash the market today. So they're rewriting his speech as we sit here because they love to play patty cake with the market. They are kind of like navigating the market a certain way, right? So the opportunity here is Trump's not going to go out there and full court press China. You know, not the big earnings day, not all this stuff. The market's going to just kind of chill, I think, waiting to see what Trump's going to do. So we're going to wait and get something better to play with. What's up, Insane Football? You're bullish after you visit the lows? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you have to have a reason to be bullish or bearish. Not, I see the move, let me jump in on it. Like, to long from here is like, oh, I'm betting that this was a non-event and this really isn't a catalyst and the market's going to stabilize after this. I'm betting that, of course, we already priced in lowering GDP. That's why the market is down, 10%. People don't understand why are we not at 22,400 and why are we at 19,600, right? Why is the market already here? Well, we've already priced in negative GDP. That's why we're here. We priced in the tariffs. That's why we're already here. The idea that the expected news comes out is going to crash the market was always silly to me. As a matter of fact, this candle can turn very green today at the onset of everything that's happening. So like I said, I'm not jumping in on this betting that, oh, finally GDP is negative. Let's go out. Everybody knew. It's like the mortgage crisis was here. People knew in 2005 that the people are going to default on their mortgages. And they didn't start defaulting until 2007 and 2008 when the teaser rates expired. And then all of a sudden the market started correcting. Well, of course, but the market didn't crash because of that. The market just moved to where it needed to be. And the market crashed because the move where it needed to be exposed the banks and then they fell and then it crashed further. Right now we are pricing in, oh, you can't see what I'm drawing. Sorry. Right now we are pricing in tariffs and we're pricing in GDP being bad. And we are here because of that. So we need new news to push this forward any further. So from here, we're going to wait and see what happens. I'll take trades only when we repair the market. I'm so close to making 100K with Tradeify. I'm aiming to be Tradeify's #1 trader on their leaderboard. That's what I'm looking to do today. I'm going to get funded with them. I'm going to beat all the other traders that are funded with them. And I'm going to be #1 with that company. And then I'm going to get on Top Step's leaderboard. And then whatever else you guys want me to do. Trump should revise rules for AI chip exports. The president has a good plan for tariffs and AI, as Jensen says. Yeah, he needs to. Yeah, this whole, issue with NVIDIA that they had with the those other chips that they were selling to China, the ones that were allowed under the previous administration's rules that now Trump back taxed him on or whatever. That's kind of was a low blow. He says some pretty dumb stuff. Yeah, that is true. That is giving too much credit. But hopefully his advisors are whispering in his ear to say, chill out today. Take it easy. So we'll see. Yeah. From here, I wouldn't be long or short. I personally have no desire. Shorting could a second wave of selling could manifest here. But because we're in kind of a weird space and we have earnings today and Trump is talking, I wouldn't be trusting any indicators or much. I would just be making sure that the market's on the right or wrong side of the exposure models. So QQQ, monthly edge pressure, a second time is always a decent setup. I'm longing there, sitting out there. There's very strong pressure off of hedge pressure. This is always a really strong support. So we'll see. Christian, free TPT ETF Tradeify. When you type free in chat, it makes it free, doesn't it? You know how it works. Let's see what I can do with this one. I want to trade this account. Let's trade the one that has more fat on it. If I'm gonna trade this today, I'm gonna trade the one that can afford a lot more drawdown. This Tradeify account is up like maybe 35,000. So a little bit more room for that one to breathe. Hopefully you guys learned something today. We don't see the market looking red and decide to get in on the short. That's always the fool's game. And as you see, the market is continuing to go higher. Y'all learned something here, hopefully. I'm glad you guys are learning something from here. We can get the liquidity maps chart. You can get it from the Rocket Scooter website, located at the marketplace. I'll give you a link to it. Generate DDBN immediately or wait for retest? Wait for retest. Yeah. Do I ever long enough cat active line? I consider it sometimes. I don't, but I consider it sometimes when I see days like this being, you know, the way that they are. I tell myself, you know, potentially there's action here. All right. Yo, okay. Are y'all having a good week? I'm having like a really good week. I bought a griddle yesterday. So like we have a small backyard and you know, we're trying to landscape and everything. I don't have room for a giant smoker or even a giant pit, but I, for the first time in my life, bought a propane flat top griddle. And I bought it at Home Depot. For the little space that I want to take up with it, I've never had one before, but all I do is make like burgers, steaks, and chicken. Like I don't really, you know, as much as I want to spend like 16 hours slow cooking a brisket, I got my buddy's pit if I want to do that. But I made smash burgers last night for the first time on an outdoor propane griddle, and by far is the best burger I ever made. I make smash burgers all the time inside on cast iron skillet. This was by far a cool experience. This is the best $280 I ever spent in my life. Literally $280 at Home Depot. That's it. And because we're having a huge memorial party, and I'm like, okay, finally I'll just get a new grill, you know. And I was like looking, I'm thinking, I'm like, should I get a pellet grill? Or I don't have room for any of that stuff. And you know, we also, you know, I want to wheel it out to the pool area, and so we live close enough to the pool that I can just like walk it across the street and go to the pool. So I need something that's on wheels and I can just yank around. And I saw these like flat top griddles, and it was just like, I don't know, maybe like this. How big it is? Maybe like 3 feet by maybe like, I don't know, 2 feet. Giant surface. Boy, oh boy. That's great. I need a Waffle House uniform. Yeah, I feel like I'm like managing the burger station at McDonald's. I'm out there with my long spatula, my burger press, and I'm just like, yep. Pretty cool. Now, again, it's not gonna give you the flame charred taste, you know, that you're gonna get from a charcoal grill, and it's not gonna give you the smokiness from a, you know, smoker, slow cook tenderness. But you want to crisp up something, cook some bacon, make an omelet, cook some veggies on a flat top. This actually was a really cool, and it was easy to clean up too. And I told iDoc, I'm like, I was gonna get this. There was like this like $900 Weber that had like 5 burners on it, whatever. And I was just like, let's get this one. Then I talked myself out of it. I was like, you know what? As much as I love having outdoor propane grills just for quick cooking, they are a bitch to clean up. You are always taking it apart, always cleaning off the diffuser plates. You're always cleaning off the burners. It's just gross. And the flat top is like the easiest thing in the world to clean. And I told her, I was like, you know what I want this time around? I just want it because when you're done cooking, you scrape it flat and then knock everything out the back and throw some ice on it and then scrub it down, and that thing is spick and span. I mean, that's like worth it. The grill model, the griddle I got, let me see, I forgot what it's called. It's Blackstone, I think was the brand. It would look like generic Home Depot. And I was like, this is perfect for Memorial Day. It wasn't that bad at all. And I swear it was less than $300. I'm not kidding you. And for the price, yeah, let me see what it was. Maybe this one. Wait, no, mine doesn't have 4 burners. Mine has, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one I got. Yeah, it was like $200. Maybe it was $200. Literally, yeah, there's 2 knobs on it, 2 burners, and that's perfect for like what we need just for her and me. Wasn't bad. Now I would recommend you guys spend a little bit more money. I am complaining because there's not a lot of compartments or places to hang stuff or whatever, but I'm going to get like a little cart to sit next to it to put all my tools on, or maybe get some magnetic hooks or something for the side. But that's basically it, man. For like just a quickie for making burgers, it's just like a simple little thing. Yeah, magnet hooks. And the one thing that I noticed for the first time ever is that you can't set anything on the, come on, Walmart, stupid little, okay, let me just open up a different one. You have to be very careful, and I didn't think about this, but you can't set anything here or here because it is a propane grill. This is blasting hot air out the side that will literally catch anything on fire. I had my burgers like an idiot sitting on parchment paper, sitting over here, my burger balls. And I walk inside, I walk outside, and the parchment paper's on fire. And I'm looking and I'm like, oh, well, there's clearly flames out the side. So the one thing I didn't think about is that you are open to the flame right here. And yeah, but that was, someone almost burnt the house down, but we survived, so we're good. What's your grill model? So that was the one. And like I said, it was like 200 and something bucks. Straight up. It was not for what it's worth. A good flat top surface. It was nice. There's probably better models with more features and more, like obviously spend a little money. You could probably get something with like a little bit more features, better shape to drain everything out or whatever. But for what it's worth, that's all we need. I told her like, that's good, man. I'm cooking for like 50 people. Shoot shrimps into your friend's mouth. Everybody gather around the hibachi grill. I'm going to be doing I'll be making the Mickey Mouse, the Mickey Mouse ear heartbeat or whatever. Bum, 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 bum. You had your son's t-ball game yesterday. Was one of the kids was swinging it bad. His wife's niece took her out of the ground. What? That's when you knew Victor was after us for the business loan. You have to be very careful because Victor will sneak up on you at any moment in time. Victor and his baseball bat are ruthless. For your burgers, try using Wagyu ground beef. If you don't already, it's no more expensive than regular ground beef. Yeah, I think Wagyu would be really good because whenever you do smash burgers, it is a requirement that you use chuck or fattier. You want that crisp. You want to fry that meat in its own fat. You can't use anything with less than 20% fat for a good smash burger. You want that thing crispy. So wow, I've never done Wagyu, so it'd be good. Come out to try it. So that's the one I got. Just don't clean them. It all burns off easy. Yeah, that's actually true. Like you probably don't have to clean it. You just have to char it and then chip it all off when it's all dry. The flat surface is nice. With propane grill, I always would, char everything off and then grab a foil ball and scrub it with foil. And I was always doing that. And it actually keeps the grill side pretty clean. But then you get like, especially when you cook fattier meats like sirloin, ribeyes and stuff, you're gonna get like that fat cakes up on all those diffuser plates in there. And it is a mess to get in there and clean. It's just nasty and goopy and it just collects and you're always, so, but I mean, that's any pit, I'm like, this is nice, just for cooking burgers. You hate cleaning your pellet grill, dude. My dad, me and my dad cleaned out his pellet grill not too long ago. We got him one a couple Father's Days ago, and dude, it is like, it is amazing there, right? The fat on his, he has a Traeger, so like the flat, you know, it's got that little sloped panel in there, and there was just grease everywhere, man. Kristen just has to take apart her grill soon because the flames are far too weak. Yeah, it's like if you don't, that's the thing, if you don't always clean it off, especially propane bourbon grills, if you don't always clean them off, then basically your fire just becomes nothing because you just got like, you know, you've plugged up everything. Yeah, it's cast iron. That's why I got it. All I wanted was, I told iDoc, I'm like, I want a flat. When I was looking at it, I was like, let's just grip like a cast iron. She's like, so have you ever cooked on one before? I was like, well, it's technically like a giant cast iron pan on a natural gas stove, which is what we have, a gas stove with cast iron. I'm like, it's the same thing, only a big wider surface. And I told her, I was like, you know, you can throw your vegetables on it and all that. You don't have to get like a vegetable basket. So anyways, for a couple $100, dude, not bad. And when it comes to spending money on things, I usually waste money on a lot of stuff like computers and cars and whatever. But when it comes to the value for what it is, I don't need the bells and whistles for some, you know, burger grill that I can wheel out to the pool. It's small, compact. I can load it up into any truck and take it wherever I need to go. Easy as that. It's approved by your community lady. Yeah. Debating. Kristen's just like, I'm just gonna, instead of cleaning it out, I'm gonna throw it away. Well, and the crappy thing about cleaning any grill, if you ever, I mean, I've been grilling since I was a kid, is that, you know, these days they have ceramic brushes and other kind of things. But if you've ever used a steel brush to clean your grill, or to clean your grill off, like the surface, and then you go to scrub that shit out the bottom of your grill, you will literally stab yourself a million times with all the little hidden bristles that are in that fat that's caked on your thing. So cleaning a grill sucks if you use the wrong kind of brush. You have to wear really thick gloves. I'm talking like thick gloves. Because one time I was cleaning the grill and I was like getting stabbed by a metal porcupine. Yeah, or you'll find them in your food. That's why I don't use the steel brushes anymore, because you'll be eating that stuff. But yeah. You're fasting today because of the smash burgers yesterday? Are you in New Orleans yet? Are you out? Are you off the plane yet? Did I season your grill? Yeah, I did. All I did was I put oil on it and then I just cooked the oil. That's it. So pretty simple. I just get oil. I got some canola oil in a squeeze bottle and I just squeeze it on there, and then I just brushed it on and then just cooked it. Cast iron is elite. Yeah, dude. And so it's basically like a giant cast iron pan for the outdoors, which I really like about it. Just an Aston Martin. I haven't bought the Aston Martin yet. See how good my options do. Maybe. Yeah, the bristles and food. Yeah, not the best. Use a wet towel. Yeah, the wet towels, that's the way to do it. Yeah, the ceramic brushes are really nice, but they also have some that are made out of plastic, which are pretty good too. And they're all so thick, and they color them red, so that way you can see them in your food in case whenever it does break off. Brush technology has gotten so much better that, you know, it's hard to see a little silver hair in your food before you chew it and it cuts your gums up. Yeah, just landed. Oh, nice. Use seed oil. Yeah. Ice vinegar, wet towel. Mike, that's the way to do it. The smell of hot vinegar gets you going. Yeah, that's the thing. You throw ice on your hot grill, and then it basically crusts everything up and just scrape it off. That was kind of fun. I gotta think about all the things I can make on a flat top. This is quick. But burgers, man. I make a pretty mean smash burger. I've got a whole recipe for it. Trick is, you take your meat, put a little bit of soy sauce, low sodium soy sauce. You don't want it too salty. And then a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. And then, you know, for pound of meat, put like a quarter of a cup of flour in the meat. What the flour does, allows the meat to fry even better. It also is a binder. We don't really need it, but I put that in there because the meat's fatty enough. And then I roll the balls up, put some oil on it, put onions down the oil, let the onions cook, and then I press the meat right on top of the onions. So one side is just that delicious kind of like onion flavor. And I put the weight on it while I cook, just 3 minutes aside, and then I flip it over on the other side, and the other side just gets crispy char. So one side is like soft with the onions, the other side's crispy char. Cook that meat right on those onions. Ooh, get a yellow onion too. That's the way to do it. But yeah, just a little soy, a little Worcestershire, get that meat some flavor. And then, and you take your meatballs and then you roll them in pepper, and you don't need any salt on it whatsoever. Just a little bit of pepper. Press it down. That's it, man. Brioche bun. Avocado oil. Yeah, avocado oil is really good. Canola oil does change the food a little bit. Yeah, that's absolutely true. We have avocado oil at home. Flour. Yeah, the flour is pretty nice. So like flour is just a little bit of trick. People used to use these breadcrumbs and stuff, just a little bit. And what that does is because when you put the marinade in the meat, it can get too wet and the flour kind of dries it up a little bit so it can still fry and crisp. That's the trick. Just a little bit. Get that crispy. Ooh, oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. You guys ready to give away? We're almost at 500. That counts. That counts. But your meat can't be too wet or else it won't get crispy. And so, so the more wet flavored things you add to it, you got to add something like bread crumbs or a little bit of flour, or a little something to get it a little dried up a little bit. Did you ever go to Burger Chan in West Alabama? I've never heard of Burger Chan. A soy glazed smash burger? Dude, that sounds dope though. Like soy glaze, like soy, ginger honey kind of thing. That sounds pretty good. Never heard of it. That's what she said. LOL. I didn't make chicken fried rice. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, we can make, you know, Benihana style fried rice. Hey, iDoc, you want to sit outside and like, you know, I'll toss shrimp into your mouth. I'll make the onion volcano. Or the choo choo. And I can press it across the griddle with the spatula. I can make the fried rice in the shape of a heart and stick the spatula underneath it. Make the heartbeat. I'll be practicing my hibachi moves all day long. Can I check out Blue Guardian futures today? Yeah. Hold up. Let's get the giveaway going though. Hold up. But yeah, that's it. I mean, and this was like, we were both excited because we saved, you know, I was going to spend like $1,000 on a grill. But yeah, not bad. And see, this is what I'm saying. The one I bought was the cheaper one. It didn't come with hooks. That's what I want to get. But maybe I'll just buy some magnetic hooks. And I think the more expensive ones, now I think about it, now I know why the cheap one is not the best one, is because there's not a lot of space here. And but whatever, I can always throw it away and get a better one. Anyways, all right, let's get the contest going, you guys. Every single day, giving away accounts, funded accounts today. Wait, where's my? Let's get my bot going on here. Don't forget, while we're chilling and waiting, check out some of our partner deals we got going on here. We get the best deals out there in prop firms, period. Up until today, which is the 30th, you can get 40% off your first use of, or your first accounts with Tradeify, which is one of our favorite prop firms out there. 40% off your first time use, first time folks. And then 30% off every time out with that code RockScooter. Take Profit Trader, we got 30% off going with that too. And we take the money that we make from our affiliate stuff and we turn around and we buy accounts to give away on the stream every day for you guys. So rather than being, you know, we are one of the bigger future streams out there, and rather than me spending the, you know, millions of dollars from affiliate money into buying a car every month, instead we give it back to you guys and really make sure that y'all benefit from that. So I think that's kind of different. It's extra money I didn't even need, so We're going to do Tradeify today. Funded account of $50,000. You will be a funded trader immediately at the end of this stream. Immediately. Type in the word Tradeify. You didn't believe that? Always so much fun. What a crummy day today, you guys. Crummy trading day. I know, not the best trading day for... If it's your first time here, welcome to the stream. For your first time, don't forget to sub to the channel. My name is Matt. I'm the CEO of the Rocket Scooter Corporation. We built this trading platform you see on the screen. I'm also a live futures trader. I compete in the Robbins Cup, peaked in the top 5 in that global trading competition last year. That's the highest place I got. I didn't finish top 5, but I finished probably in top 15. I won ETF's big first launch contest they did. I got first place in that thing. I started trading Tradeify a couple months ago. I'm up 100K in profits, 75% win rate. And I live stream. You can watch every one of my trades on stream, where every person out there I see trying to stream on YouTube doesn't show you their trades. I think it's so weird so many people watch that. Why would so many people watch that? You can't watch somebody trading. Pull their DOM on screen and say, look at the trade I was in. What? Are y'all that? People used to not be that stupid to fall for it. When I started streaming in 2016, people weren't that dumb. I guess there's a whole new range of dumminess that have come since COVID. People are easily fooled again, I guess. Too many newbies to the market. But yeah, if somebody trades off screen, there's something going on there. Show people what you're going to do. That's what I say. Yearly or monthly, the yearly Robbins Cup. So in the first 3 months of it, I was in the top 5. And then I got bumped from the top 5. And then I found out that everybody else that was supposed to... So the Robbins Cup was this big old thing that everybody was using to like call each other out. And all these influencers are like, you do the Robbins and you do the Robbins. And so I was like, all right, I'll beat all you guys in a trading contest. Sure, why not? And I joined it. And, you know, everybody was jumping in on it. ICT got in on it, Trace and Matt got in it, I got in on it, and we were the only 3 of the 50 people yelling at each other to join that actually did join. We were even so, you know, and even people were like telling each other they were going to cheat and whatever. So even we elected Trace and Matt as like the official officiator, whatever, of the contest. So we all gave Matt our account numbers so that Matt could like be the custodian of fairness to make sure we only all had one account. So we even organized it between the other folks out there, and it was me, Mike, and Matt, ICT. So it was the 3 of us, and that's it. And all the other influencers said they were going to do it. We ultimately found out they didn't even enter. Isn't that crazy, right? Little by little, they all were just like, no, I was just talking about it for clickbait. So none of them ponied up to enter a contest for good reason. They would have got their asses handed to them. And all my friends out there, I love them though. But, you know, you go and beat Jordan trading. So I tell you, oh, I have a friend named Jordan trading. But no, you can't beat the Michael Jordan trading, which is this guy right here. But kidding aside, so type in Tradeify to enter the funded account giveaway. But story aside, when we found out that really like there were people I wanted to enter the contest just to beat, just so I could beat them, just to see if I could challenge myself. And when I found out nobody else entered and we were all kind of like trading by ourselves, it was kind of like the joy of it was gone. So I kind of lost interest in it when Tracer Matt dropped out. He was like, I'm done. This is stupid. And he stopped trading. I think ICT was like, yeah, I'm done too. And then I was like, well, if you guys aren't here, then I'm not going to do it either. Tie up my money all year in Robin's ridiculous commissions. No, thank you. So then we all just kind of like dropped out mid-race. But I was probably in the top 10 or top 15 by the end of it. I was up like, I don't know, 30, 40% before I quit. So I'm taking my money back. Screw this contest. But I did peak at the top 5. And I think I did get retweeted by ICT when I did. That tweet got 1 million impressions. It was incredible how big that guy is. That was my biggest tweet today. actually. 1 million impressions. That's crazy. I was very, very honored to see that many people see it. So anyways, all right. I love it. Okay, you guys, type in Tradeify. So give away a 50K Tradeify account. We actually give away a funded account every single day on our stream that we reach 500 people. So if you guys come here by the time I say we're gonna do the contest, we will do funded account giveaways. Today's with Tradeify. I am trading 5 live funded trading, 5 sim funded, straight to funded Tradeify accounts. I'm up almost 100K profit. I've taken 6 payouts with these guys. I'm trying to go live, I'm trying to get on their leaderboard when they have it, be their top trader. That's my goal. We're working with a couple other prop firms. Funded Next is another big one of the new hot ones coming out. I'll tell you guys more about them as the days progress. Tomorrow morning, I will be on the My Funded Futures TV show. So you guys tune into that ever. Y'all see me on there tomorrow morning. And then a lot of cool stuff going on. And we have prop firm deals with all the other prop firms. We give away, we have more donations than any other streamer out there. So we get 46 accounts given to us from prop firms to donate every month. And then I go out there and buy, 20 or 30 more to give away a funded account every day. So for you guys, I spend many thousands of dollars just giving money away to the stream. Call me Oprah. All right, guys, ready to go. You know the drill. Hedge pressure, resilience, support in the bull zone.
All you need and all you own. The hedge pressure, resilience, support in the bull zone.
Put your hands in the air, ready? Get some birds in chat. All right. Gotta do the dance. Gotta hear the song. Get that money going. We do this every day. Today's winner, Tradeify straight to funded account. You're a funded trader after this. And I will give away one every single day when we have 500 people at this time of the stream. Every single day. Yeah, to the Santiago, good job. Congratulations. Good job, Ant. You got a minute to say something in chat. Good job. Okay, should I give out one more thing that we have a decent crowd? Let's give out something else. What should I give out? Ooh. Oh. Let's give away 2. I'm feeling happy today. Let's give away 2 take profit 50K test accounts. All right. You don't have to type TPT, but I'll draw the names. 2 TPT test accounts, 50K. Why not? I'm feeling happy. Let's do 3 giveaways today. Oh God, we're back above DD band already again. I do like it. Steve L or Steve I, whoever you are. Steve L I, congratulations. Give a minute to say something, Stevie. Congrats. This is for Take Profit Trader. We're starting off the month good. Steve, you have 1 minute to say something, buddy. Don't type in TPT. I'm not. It's still Tradeify. It's still the same group of people. Steve's taking the world's most expensive piss right now. Steve, gotta say something. Claim your prize. There he is. All right, one more. Okay, let's see if we need a longest market today. We're breaching D bands. I do like it. Good job. Yeah. Okay, winners, you need to send me a message with your... Send me a message. Rafina Deshao. Good job. Congrats. These are 50K test accounts with Take Profit Trader. We're gonna do. We talked to the guys over at Funded Next. Guess what? I got a great deal with these guys. They're gonna give us accounts to donate. Partnering up with them. Oh, it's gonna be good. So we're gonna do a big event for these guys this week. Probably on Friday. Okay, no, not Friday. Monday next week. Athena, you have 30 seconds to type something. Money comes slow, but I keep my pace. Bag getting heavy, no time to waste. Rocket scooter, yeah, we set in the space. I see the breakout volume on the rise. NQ moving, got that fire in my eyes. Good job. All right, I can't see with those glasses on. Let's get back to real. Oh, that's so much better. Funded Next, baby. Yeah. So we'll be working with Funded Next. Let you guys know, it'd be obviously, any endorsement with them is a paid endorsement. I got a partnership with these guys. I always have to announce that. But I will promise you to review and analyze them honestly, despite anything being a paid endorsement. I owe my soul to the community. So I will be fully honest with you guys all the time about what I think, my experience, all that stuff. But yeah, so we got some accounts to give out with these guys. Great deal with them, and big Forex player coming into the scene. So, all right, winners of today's giveaway. Join our Discord. Link in the description below. You have 1 day to send me a message. I'm usually a day or so behind on getting you guys the accounts just because it's been a crazy week. But usually the night of, I'll try to get you guys accounts for the next morning. Sometimes I got to give them your email, then they got to give you the account. It takes a little bit of time. But send me a message in Discord. Give me your email address of your account with that firm, and I'll either give you a code or I'll tell them to transfer the account to you, so you guys are good. Long a DD, possibly. I'm almost at 100K profit with Tradeify. I don't want to mess this up, so D band S&P could be a good long. I don't hate it. Let's pop on it, a DD band. Catalyst no longer active. S&P doing good. QQQ doing good. Dude, watch this rally all day today. It's recovery. I know I'm getting in long on the wrong spot here, but let's watch S&P today. That's the one that's necessary to pay attention to. 5.85%, 10 points load. 17 is MHP. Okay. Let's just set on it instead of the rallies today off of MHP. One here, get one more there. That's it. SPY broke MHP back to the upside where we should be. That overreaction on the GDP news is probably just junk, and then we'll see what we do today. Thank God I wasn't trying to short this at the bottom. You guys, thank you for joining the stream every day. We do giveaways every single day. This is by far one of the best things we do. We're one of the most transparent trading streams you'll see out there. I share everything I do. I'm currently on a journey to make 100K of Tradeify. By far, I'm gonna tell you guys, there's a lot of influencers, a lot of streamers out there. But I have a genuine edge in the market. I have a 75% win rate. You guys can actually watch me trade with a genuine edge. It's much different than what you see out there, a bunch of gamblers. Probably make more money than any of these 5 traders out there combined. So stay tuned. And I'm doing prop firms just to do a challenge, just to show you guys I can do it. See if I can't modify my style and system to beat the prop firms at their own game. You love that song? I know that song's such a banger, man. I love it. All right, good job. All right, so today, let's do a vote. You guys let me know. Today, market crash or recovery? Okay, SPY, S&P greater than 5520 or ES less than 5520. What do y'all think? Play that song again.
Yeah.
That song's a banger, dude. I love
Late
it.
nights, early mornings.
Late nights, early mornings.
Options open, gotta keep it moving. Came from the bottom, now we analyzing trends. Wrist tight, stop loss, never break, never bend. Candles talking to me, I don't need new friends. Rocket scooter running.
Just wait for the confirmation of something good to play out. Let's double check QQQ. Make sure we don't have any interrupts in the way. Resilience is playing up a little higher, which is good. We could fill the gap today. Now, Trump talking and earnings. The reason the market isn't going to crash out today is because we have earnings coming up, big earnings. Market wouldn't do that leading up to earnings. It's just silly. Rocket scooter, yeah, we set in the space. I see the breakout volume on the rise. NQ moving, got that fire in my eyes. Never over leverage, gotta strategize. Profits compound, yeah, watch it maximize. NBA needs to go with the program, yeah. So everything's pretty solid from here. The problem is negative res, but although we are delayed with the irrational signal, the resilience may be, the stocks may be fully delayed, but at least a half gap is the trade. Res greater than 0 will fill the gap this way. Right? Res less than 0, you resist. But this is really good. We know the rule every single time from here. From there to next pivot. So I got one contract, and all, you know, this is really strong support. And the fact that we've reclaimed both of these is really strong. This is strong capital letters. Strong. Strong was it? All right. So if you guys know, my Tradeify account has been babysitting for a couple months. I am trading, even through this environment. This is the worst trading environment you've seen probably in an entire trading career. In my 550K funded accounts with Tradeify, I am trading 74% win rate. This is from right now. I just took a snapshot of my dashboard. So if you guys want to see how I do that, Instagram. See if we can't find any remove. Oh, we are already at run link there. That's good. Okay. Yeah. D band right here would be good. To hold. If this would hold, that'd be great. Come on, NASDAQ. Give us some love today. Oh, that would be so amazing to just get back up to these levels where we started. It's the only way. Catalyst is no longer active, which is good. My calls just lost a lot of theta today, but other than that, we should be okay. Check your DMs on Discord. Yep. That music is kind of loud, isn't it? Ooh, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh man, I've sound on the stream. Some of you guys have been some very brave people, because I've seen people calling their shorts out at the low the last 3 streams, and that's got to be brutal, man, trying to short a bull market. Is it raining? Hold on. Oh, it's raining. So target Matt. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't even know. I just longed. I didn't even think of a target. I'm such a horrible trader. You guys shouldn't be watching me. Let's find out a target actually. I'm looking for at least half gap. That's for sure. And when I get there, my decision is should I hold to go forward? Just up. I mean, at least a half gap, yeah. So SPY half gap would be the way to go, at least for now. I really don't know. I had to get 10 points on this. Yeah, but and the thing is with res like this, half gap is the exit. Simon's correct, but then it could resilience could also be delayed today, right? So we'll see. We can turn this day into a win. Oh, my P&L for the day. Sorry, yeah, you guys haven't been letting me know about my P&L. My bad. Get a picture of where I am. So I am green today, at least for the day. I grabbed long, and so one of the accounts took somewhat of a hit, but that was because that was earlier in the day, the attempted long. So the rest of the accounts are doing okay. So net, I'm up a little bit. So I should probably work on the account that's down. So that's kind of where I am. What is this? These balance each other out. So this is 21 minus 4, about 1,700 bucks up. This is the only active position I have right now. The Monkey Paw song. Did I get 100K? Technically, if this is green, I should get close to the 100K, but we'll see. I'm very close. I took 2 failed attempts at MHP, 1 and 2, and that's where that was a loss. The other one also lost 2,000, but it also made 1,000 back. I think that was this one. And then I switched the DOMs out and I brought another one on the stream, which is this one right here. So right now I don't want to lose too much per account. So this account is already, this one is already up like 30 something thousand. So this one is also up 20 something thousand, and this one's up like 20 something thousand. So like I'm just literally just breaking even ish right here. Strong pivots from here. So you guys are witnessing a milestone, me making 100K profits with Tradeify funded accounts. I love it. This is really awesome. I've never done prop firms before until a couple months back. I'm a real futures trader with a real futures account. And so when I hear all these funded programs are out there giving away live trading accounts with people, and I'm like, oh, I'm the best trader on YouTube. Let me go out there and show people how to beat this. Give them somebody good to watch. I'm just kidding. I'm very humble. You know. No, but seriously though, I was like, well, I like challenges. I like trying to do something, and you guys all trade them in our community. So I was very excited to try something that you guys all do. So strong pivot from here. So I got one contract. I'm going to hold on just in case it holds. Again, just opportunity long, just to take it in case I can get it. NASDAQ is right below its TD band again. All right. So with NASDAQ, we want to see if it holds this green line. This is the make or break here for the rest of the day. Let me move this out of the way here. Cat active line is support, hopefully so. Hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure, all this stuff here. Okay, cool. Yeah, we need the stocks to catch up. We'll see what happens on the second HP tap. So we talked about this yesterday in the boot camp classes that we teach, is that when you hit hedge pressure a second time, monthly hedge pressure, monthly resilience is in a different spot. So we hit it the first time, it was 1.2. We're hitting it a second time, it's now 18. So that's good. The bounce is likely going to be very strong. So I'm excited to see that. Jump is live. Yeah. Jump is talking. I got my financial juice up. I don't think he's gonna say anything, but y'all want to listen to it? What are you saying? Thank you, Sunshine, for the warning. I don't think Trump is going to say anything bad. That's the thing. I don't think he's going to say anything to shock the market further, but, you know, we'll see what happens. We opened above, actually. We opened slightly above. That's the thing. Look, we actually opened above. So even with the selling, we actually opened above monthly hedge pressure. So it's more likely we stay above it, which is why it's a great long. Nasdaq is in the same boat. Nasdaq actually closed above MHP. So that's actually good. Oh yeah, I'm not scared of this market at all. Okay, grabbing a second long right now on another account, just right here. Just to average in a little lower. Oh, that was a great idea. Yep. Let's just see if we get it. We'll see what happens. You know, keep your fingers crossed. If we hold this green line, this market can fly back up to highs today. Maybe not until earnings, but at least to the middle. So for the last time, when I tell you guys, don't be careful, you know, on the stream, you guys are listening to me and learning from me or whatever. Just be careful, you know, chasing shit, especially chasing shorts. The first thing I wrote on the stream was we don't short below the green line, and for good reason. We did not. And a lot of people were like, man, I feel like I'm missing out on getting on it. Are you glad you didn't? Are you glad you learned something? Can't give you guys investment advice, but you learned something today. You have to analyze why the markets sell off because of news we already knew. Okay. We also have Trump speaking in earnings. You think the market's going to crash into major earnings, like right before major earnings? Absolutely not. 0% chance. The market's never done that before. The market finds its way to the middle of a range so that earnings can move it back and forth. Because everything's already priced in. And this GDP number was already priced in. We already knew it was going to be bad. So to think that the market's going to crash on this is a very amateur thought process. As a trader, you must be a speculator ahead of the curve. So you guys are learning something today. Remember, song request one time. What do you want? Pick a song. Do for a win, little baby. I can't play copyright stuff though. If I do, they're gonna take my stream down and punish me. YouTube hates it. Can the market sell off from here? Yes, but we need new stuff. We need earnings to come out and be kind of bad, or speculating some bad earnings or whatever. But bad GDP number is not enough to drop the market because we already priced it in. That's why we've been selling off since December. We've been selling off for that lowering GDP. This is what we priced in 4 months ago, and now you see how trading works, right? Pricing in that the tariffs are going to affect GDP and affect the economy, all that stuff. We already hear. Blue Guardian. Oh, all right. We don't want to know about Blue Guardian. You want me to do a prop firm analysis? Why these guys? Give me a good reason before I give somebody space on my stream. Are they new? Are they... Who runs it? Teach me something. You work for them. That's my last question. You work for them? They're an FX giant? Tell me something about them. Do you know anything? Give me some scoop. Tell me about them. Do you see Trump supposed blaming Biden for the bad stock market? Trump always blames everybody for the bad stock market. That's his MO. What did the pigs say on a hot summer day? I don't know. What's the answer? Because you're an affiliate? That's right. I'm bacon. That's a good one. All right. Okay. We'll talk about it a little bit. Hold up. Give me some rules here. Okay. You mean analyze their rules? Okay. You just want me to analyze their rules, right? This is not an endorsement. I don't know these guys. Don't use them or anything based on what you hear from now. This is honest opinion. I don't know anything about them. So again, I always have to I'm not a partner with these guys. I'm not endorsed by these guys. Nothing. Somebody asked me to review their rules. So I'm going to review their rules in an honest approach. So just always remember, I always have to be forthcoming Let you guys know if it's an endorsement or not. Not an endorsement. I don't officially have an affiliate code, nothing these guys, but I'm gonna check it out. Okay, so it looks like they have challenges. Somebody said a 4x giant. Okay. So we got instant, 1 step, 2 step, and 3 step. Okay, I have 4 different steps. Okay, instant starter, 1 step, 2 step, and 3 step. Okay. This is complicated. What the hell's going on here? Instant, I guess, is instant funded. Is that what that is? What's my edge experience? 15 years of experience. But I also have a model that can map out market maker options gamma exposure. So the market maker portion of the options order flow. We have a sophisticated model that analyzes all options trades in real time, runs on a massive array of server computers, and then spits the output onto this chart. And the gamma exposure model is correct on the flow 90% of the time, i.e. this orange line only breaks 90% of the time, so I long off that orange line. Things like that. Also, we can find liquidity pockets, which is areas where the market is balanced and liquid markets don't crash. Liquidity pockets are always a long trade as well. There aren't any that apply today, but that is a 90% setup. So my edge that I have, I rock a 75% win rate since I started using these Tradeify accounts in February. I usually trade 70 to 80%. I have a genuine edge with that. So basically I find liquidity and I long it, and then I find when markets are collapsing and I stay out of the way. Very solid strategy. Okay, so tell me what's going on here, guys. And Lance, I'll tell you guys a little bit more about it. Just give me a moment here. And we have some arbitrage indicators that track what the basket itself is doing against the index, and I trade futures to capitalize on arbitrage. Well, it's a cool little trick that we do. There are 5 different types of evals: instant starter, 1 step, 2 step, and 3 step. I don't know what I'm looking at, so let's take a look at it. My normal R return on your 90% trades. And the 90% trades, most of them are about 1-to-1. It depends on how the liquidity map is, but usually it's between option strike to option strike. So it's a 1-to-1 trade that wins 90% of the time. The monthly hedge pressure trade, this one is also a 90%er, and it's unbounded as far as what the R&R can be. This one is trading right to this little dot that I drew right here. So this one going to there is the R&R. I trade to Dex resistance. This is the half gap, the halfway point between the gap. And when this white line right here is below 0, I exit at the half gap, which is what you saw Simon and the other people talking about. So these can be 1.5, 2, 3, sometimes 4-to-1 trades. So the hedge pressure trades are much bigger. Liquidity pockets tend to be about 1 strike distance, and that's about my stop loss anyways. But hitting 1-to-1 trades and winning, 7, 8, 9 out of 10 of them is where I make most of my money. Is there a video link explaining your platform and strat? Yeah, there's a bunch of them. You can go to, yeah, let me do this real quick, and then I'll tell you guys more information after that. Somebody wants me to check out this prop firm. You got 10 seconds to tell me what I'm looking at, whoever asked me to check this out, or unless you don't know, because I'm confused myself. Okay, oh, here it is. Instant. Okay, here's the difference. Instant access to funded. So this is straight to funded. Must be the most expensive one they have. So they have a straight to funded. Okay. What do you mean wrong site? This is Blue Guardian. That's what somebody said. This is Forex. Go to futures. I told you. Tell me what I'm looking at. Okay, let's go to futures. All right. All right. Oh, yeah, you did tell me that, Weedy. My bad. Look at me trying to blame me for my mistake. Such a bad friend. Blue Guardian futures. Okay. All right. It's your fault, Weedy. Whatever. Never. It's never my fault. Okay. All right. What am I looking at? Let's start over. What am I looking at? You have a BOGO, 50% off, get 250K for 50 bucks. Okay. Now, this is less organized than the last site, so let's go to the evaluations tab and see what we got. Ah, here it is. Okay. Our most popular, standard, Guardian. Okay, 2 different kinds. Let's analyze them. Looks like all these Forex giants are trying to get their feet wet in futures, and they're baby stepping in because look, they only got like 2 options here. Let's compare them. They've got a end of the day draw. Okay, I love end of the day drawdown. I love end of the day drawdown. What's the difference between standard and Guardian? Okay, standard 6,000 daily loss limit and trailing. Oh, trailing. End of the day trailing. Okay. This is end of the day trailing. Fewer contracts, lower profit target. Okay. What's the difference? 7-period payout with a reset fee. Scaling consistency. This is no activation fee. This is no activation fee. What's the difference between Standard and Guardian then? Just different profit targets? I don't get it. Just different profit targets. Daily loss limit is hard breach, account failure. Are you sure? Payout periods. What's the difference between these two? 7 days, 14 days. Ah. So this one should be cheaper then. No. Wait. 14 days and it costs more. Then why would you do this one? Wait. What am I missing here? The cheaper one is the better deal? What's going on here? 25 for the cheaper one. 25. Oh, wait. Oh, there's no daily loss limit. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. So the Guardian has no daily loss limit. You're paying a little bit more to remove the roll. Okay. So what you're staring at is similar to, it looks like ETF's end of the day drawdown account. So if daily loss limit is a hard breach, that's also, I think, ETF's rule as well. Let's go to the FAQ. Is it hard breach? Little Blue said. So end of the day is really good, which is my favorite kind of drawdown accounts. I only trade end of the day accounts. But where is the daily loss limit? We need to see if that's a hard breach or a soft breach. Here we go. Hard breach. Well, okay. Womp womp. Okay, that sucks. And okay, so let me tell you what's good and bad about these guys. Okay, so this is very similar to ETF's end of the day drawdown account, where you have a daily loss limit and a trailing end of the day drawdown. Both of these are hard breaches. That's not good. You don't like that. But the fact that it's only $100 makes it good. That's a very cheap end of the day drawdown account. And for that particular reason, that's not bad. Yeah, not a bad deal. The fact that end of the day drawdowns are my favorite accounts. Now, my Tradeify accounts cost me $550 each, but they're straight to funded. This, I don't think is straight to funded. I think this is the eval. And then I don't know what the funded rules are. I don't see them on here. So, like by like, not a bad price for, well, I guess it's half price right now, which is their, looks like their deal that they're doing. But not a bad price for the end of the day drawdown account, which is good. But 2,500 soft limit is to breach your account is a little tight. I think the Apex trailing drawdown is $3,000 trailing drawdown for 6,000. This is 2,500 end of the day. It's a little tighter on the eval side and more expensive on the eval side. It's gonna be a little harder for you than an Apex account, because even though it's it's not really a trailing drawdown, it's gonna be a trailing drawdown for you because you're probably gonna go up and lose that much quickly. So it's slightly better in Apex, slightly cheaper if there's no activation fee. So the Apex is gonna be what, your $20 when it's 80% off plus $100, 30, whatever, 130 to activate. It's about 150 total. This is slightly worse than Apex, but cheaper than that by about $50, but it's slightly harder. So for that, I'd say it's probably better in Apex, and it's an end of the day drawdown account, which is pretty cool. There's no trailing drawdown on your wins, which is great. This is a very, very cheap end of the day drawdown, which makes it a very good deal. That's my analysis for what it's worth. Now, in fact, it's $100. That's pretty good. Now they must have really payout period every 7 days. Okay. So not a terrible design. A lot of these Forex guys have been very creative. Like a lot of the prop firms and the future side kind of copied each other, but these Forex guys are coming in with creative setups. End of the day drawdown is a gem. If you guys can afford paying for end of the day drawdowns with any firm, get it. Trailing drawdown is garbage. Like almost everybody here has abandoned Apex because take profit is 1,000 times better. Like take profit's the new big elephant in the room. Everyone loves it. And end of the day drawdown is now, Trump must be saying things in his talk. What's that red text? Tell me. Oh, no, this is an oil thing. You can't trade any prop firms through Rocket Scooter, and you can blame Tradeify for not opening their doors. I don't like that I'm not picking up momentum off of the DD band, although I'm going to be kind of a wuss here. I do kind of want to... Well, actually, I just have one contract. Why the hell not? Let me hold on to it. Check S&P really quick. What's S&P doing? Kind of want to like... I kind of do want to close it. Let me close it and see. The idea that we haven't picked up a lot of momentum and are chopping. While resilience is that things are getting better, I did close it, but I should probably have held on to it. So my analysis of those guys, it's not a bad setup. I didn't read all the rules. I didn't go further into detail, like reading what the funded stuff is, but a 7-day payout window. But you always want end of the day drawdown if you can get it. That's the new hot thing. I wouldn't touch trailing drawdown with the 10-foot pole. You couldn't pay me to trade that garbage. End of the day drawdown is, trailing drawdown is a scam. I will only trade it if you pay me to trade it. That's it. So these prop firms, if you're listening, I will only trade your trailing drawdown if you pay me to do it. I ain't gonna waste my time with that. Look at that. I probably should. I'm kicking myself for not holding on to my long, I guess. Trailing is so annoying. It's worthless. It's designed. So here's what prop firms do. That's how they fuck you. Okay. When the market is trucking along and you lose a whole lot because you're on the wrong side of the trade, your daily loss limit is designed to squeeze you when you're on the wrong side of the move. When you are on the right side of the move, but the market's volatile, say that you long the market in all these instances, the market's volatile and you hit your trailing drawdown. Trailing drawdown is designed to punish you when you misunderstood the volatility, or it's to punish you if you got the trade right and held for too long, and therefore they punish you when you're wrong, and trailing drawdown is punishing you when you're right. They also have consistency rules to keep you from blasting up on a news event. Consistency. So trader funding programs have designed something to punish you in every corner of what you can do. If you win on a news event, punishment. If you hold on to a long for too long, punishment. If you don't understand volatility and you bet too big, punishment. If you are on the wrong side of the trade, punishment. So trader funding programs are a very tight road you must navigate in and not be susceptible to trailing drawdown, punishing when you're right, punishing when it's volatile, end of the day or daily loss limit whenever you are on the wrong side of the trade, or even winning too big. Then final cherry on that shit Sunday is called a consistency roll. And so in trader funding program, you must navigate the shit Sunday in the best way possible, which I'm showing you how to do on the stream. Sitting out when I tell you to sit out, that's when I sit out. Or when I tell you I sit out, that's when I sit out. Because that's avoiding eating the nuts. I don't want fucking nuts in my mouth from a shit Sunday. I don't want whipped cream in my mouth from a shit Sunday. I don't want banana from banana split shit Sunday. I don't want any of that stuff. I want the good hot apple pie. Good old fashioned good stuff, right? So making sure that you know the right times to trade is the secret to milking these prop firms of every penny they have. And I do a great job at it. At a certain point, I hope for a deal with China. I'm talking to them. Fairness with China includes IP Trump. I don't want China's product unless they're fair. Fairness includes IP. Yeah, what's he going to do? Get China to stop ripping off stuff? I used to work in oil and gas. China would even rip off our chemical plant designs and steal plant designs and make bootleg chemical plants in China. They have no limit on what they can do to not protect American IP. Oh, sorry. But yeah. But so anyways, with the prop firm world, you have to make sure you're doing the right thing. Trailing drawdown is an actual cancer. It is designed to punish you when you're right. And that's the last thing you want, because you don't want to be right. You want end of the day drawdown, which means at the start of the day, your account is a static. You ended the day here, your loss is here, and it doesn't change, which means to lose, you must be red to blow that account. Doesn't matter how you win, you're okay. As long as you don't go red a certain distance, you're fine. And end of the day drawdowns usually cost a little bit more money. I don't care, pay it every single time. Get out of the game that they give you, and if they charge you a little bit of money for end of the day drawdown, buy it. I'm telling you, that's the one. That's the one you want. Trailing drawdown is ticks for clicks, 100%, dude. It's an absolute scam, so try to avoid it. The rules of Forex prop firms like 10x better. You get 10K of DD, static DD, pay anytime. You know, when I was looking at Funded Next yesterday, they pay you bonuses. Like I call it like the Domino's Pizza model. If you guys remember from the 80s, Domino's Pizza had this like get your pizza in 30 minutes or it's free deal, and they got rid of that because like drivers are like speeding and getting in wrecks or whatever. But if it's 30 minutes or less, or your pizza was free. And so basically, at Funded Next, if they don't pay you out within 24 hours of your request, they give you like $1,000 or something like that. They give you money as like an I'm sorry we were late. I was like, that's kind of cool. And they give you 15% of your eval as a bonus once you get paid out your first funded paycheck at whatever the minimum that is. So if you know, whatever you made it $10,000 or whatever the eval was, then they give you a $1,500 bonus check for your eval performance. So that way your eval time isn't even wasted. So those are kind of like clever things the Forex people are coming in with. That's stuff our futures guys hadn't thought of. And the Forex world that's a whole nother like ecosystem of competition. So we're getting to see some of their clever ideas leak over into futures, and they're actually pretty neat. I still tell you, like Tradeify still hits it out the park for me though. Straight to funded, great. Skip the eval. End of the day drawdown, great. They got rid of their payout windows starting tomorrow. Fantastic. No more payout windows at Tradeify. How about that? I get paid every day. Well, not every day, but every 5 days, basically, with 20% consistency. Have you made a full video explaining Tradeify? I'd like to look into them more. I need to start making videos about which prop firms I do like and why I like them and whatever. I should probably make a little series of that. But Forex is more expensive, as Johnny Moon is saying. In two phases, all have these pros and cons. Yeah. What's my final total now? I need to look. Oh. I'm sorry. I forgot to update my... I'm fully flat right now, by the way. So I think it's close. So this is up, what? 37, 38, 46, 48, minus 27. So that's 21. I'm like $1,000 off for my 100K. I'm close. Why do we? So tomorrow will be the big 100K celebration. My real goal is 150 though, but tomorrow will be the 100K. Should be tomorrow. We're close, baby. I'm very happy that I managed to maintain a high win rate even in this environment. That makes me very, 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 very happy. Let me show you guys monthly performances. Yeah, I'm like $1,000 off, you guys. Maybe tomorrow. Your levels in analytics are helping several people become profitable. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, man, because honestly, in this prop firm world, there's the blind leading the blind. The major influencers out there, well, I'm very good friends with all of them. They're not, let me say this nicely. They're good traders. They're not spectacular traders. And they probably do well sometimes in bursts, but in general aren't consistent. So you as a trader might understand that there's a long road to get to where you are. And a lot of people are emulating and mimicking people that are just winning in bursts, but not consistently winning. And any teacher that you have that you're trying to emulate or learn from should be consistent, because you need a consistent approach. There's a lot of gambling out there in the prop space and the prop influencer space. And it's hard for you guys to learn something by following people and following their trades and whatever. So try to find somebody that shows you their win rate. And if it's high enough and they have a consistent approach, learn everything they had to teach. This stream is free. You guys can come every day. Learn what we teach. And anyone else out there that shows their win rate over an extended period of time is worth watching. These guys here have been watching me stream since we were Day Trader Paradise in 2016. My win rate back then was like 50%, 40, 50%. Then as the years went by and I got better and better and better at trading, my win rate started getting higher. Once we created some of the tools at Rocket Scooter, my win rate jumped to like 50 to 60, and now it's never below 70%, which is incredible. I've fine-tuned my strategy to just a few setups that work very well, and I basically milk them when they set up, and I kind of sit out whenever I don't have what I want. And that mentality of sitting out when you don't have what you want is how you get your win rate higher, which means it's less effort, less work, less risk on the table. I'm not long the market when Trump tweets or says something. I'm usually in and out very quick. And that's really kind of like the epitome of where you want to be as a trader. You have something that just works so well. You can get a trade in and out in 10 minutes. And whether you win or whether you lose, the odds are in your favor that as long as you survive long enough, you should win more than you lose. And then that's how I make money as a trader. Having a trade setup that wins more than it loses, and I just survive, then the odds ultimately catch up to me that I win more than I lose. And keeping my risk managed very well keeps me from blowing out accidentally on like bad news or crappy days or sell-off days or whatever. I'm in and out of a trade pretty quick. You guys watched me this morning take two very rapid $1,000 something losses, right? I didn't panic. My mood didn't change. I decided to jump in on the long. My rule was sit out. That rule that was sit out is very important to maintaining my win rate. That's a no man's land, proven statistically to be completely random, and just kind of avoid it, right? And then I didn't trade again until the market gave me better conditions. And so in day trading, once you get very well practiced at this and you find something that works for you, milk it, but don't always try to guess where the market's going to go. Like, Matt, where do you want to go from here? Like, I don't know. I don't have a good grasp on it, so maybe I'll sit out. And that's really important, right? Keep improving the software and the rules. Kiter has been here for a long time. Kiter's been here, geez, since 6-7 years now. And he's seen all the maybe even longer than that. You've seen all the rules change, and like the risk management rules are becoming tighter. What I trade, my average trade time is like shrunken down to almost nothing. Like I'm very rarely I'm in and out so quick. And that's kind of what 15 years of modifying what you do kind of does. You get really efficient at it, you know. Boot camp. Yeah, we'll do that today. Like how I wait? I'm a sniper, baby. Gamma's in that long. I'll proxy trade off of Gamma's long. He said he's still in that long today, so that's good. I'm feeling you from the sidelines. I do believe that this DD band long is pretty decent, but the ratio is, you know, hovering at 50, which is good. It's 0.49 right now, top left of the screen, which is still decent for enough for a support. But So I don't have all the indicators lining up to be super great. The fact that we are at half gap and resilience is still kind of negative. While it may be delayed, I still don't have all the evidence in the world that this is a very strong recovery push. So the fact that I'm getting out of that long that I was trying to take, good place to take profit on, just kind of wait. Ideally, we can get a second hedge pressure bounce, which would be nice. We haven't really tested it yet. So there is an opportunity there for me to at least maybe make one more trade in case there is some red that comes out of here and test one more time. I can make the bet that at least we bounce off of that a little bit. Oh, we might begin that right now. Hedge pressure is always a really strong pivot. There's always high volume when you get there. Our gamma exposure model is top tier. When you look at other gamma exposure models, they give you like something that looks like this. I don't understand what kind of paint chip eating caveman trades with this shit. Like there's like a period of strikes like this, and there's like these long, I don't know, it just looks like a telephone pole, I don't know. And people are like, well, there's some exposure here and exposure here and exposure here. And you're just like, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. Greek exposure heat maps are absolutely useless. There's all these copycats of Rocket Scooter out there. Don't get it. It's one level. If you can't boil this down into like all these levels into one level, you don't know gamma exposure. It's too much noise, and we filter out the retail worthless options that don't make any sense to dealer risk because they're not hedging their trade. So monthly hedge pressure, the fact is that we know where the dealer exposure is maximized. The fact that there's a volume spike at that level every single time is proof that we've nailed it, because gamma maximum is maximum order flow of hedging. It's the maximum acceleration of order flow. So you see the volume spike up rapidly like this. That's the hedging going into from negative to positive gamma. So short capitulation is what you're seeing. Mike Shanuda, I think Gaddy found, brother. You are the only live trader for ES. I flip-flop between the two, but ES is a good one. I trade both of them, but ES is like my bread and butter. It's the strongest index, least spread, more stable, easier to trade than NASDAQ. NASDAQ is a little more sensitive to a lot of this specific tech-related tariff news and stuff. S&P is a little more broader, right? So it's a little bit more resilient to the noise, and the spread is always better, so it's easier to trade. I trade both. I'll stop at 100K. No, 150K. The goal of Tradeify is to get 150K and 80K in payout, so they move me to live with $75,000. Ali says facts, yeah. S&P is a lot easier to trade. If you're picking one of the two, it's the easier of the two. MES and ES the same besides the price? Yeah, they're the same. They're actually different markets, but they're pegged to the same index, and very rarely will the micros deviate further than the E-minis. So they're very, very much like almost exact tick for tick. And the S&P especially. NASDAQ might be slightly different because the spreads are different, but the micros and the minis tend to very much sit next to each other. If you put two charts side by side, they'll look identical. Although they're independently traded instruments, they can deviate a little bit. What's the relationship or DD to resilience? How do you use them as confirmation for what market direction strength is? So what they are basket indicators. They're looking at the arbitrage of the market. So give me some space to draw. Okay, so the way we identify where there's a bulk of bull and bear positions is what we call zones. This is bear zone. The dark gray is a bull zone. In a normal market, you will see bull zone above a bear zone like this. In this case, it's inverted because we were actually in what's called an illiquid or volatile market. You get them inverted like this. So if you look at every stock, whether a stock is in a bear zone, i.e. being bearish, or stock is in a bull zone, being bullish, we have the ability to tell you if where you're trading is bearish or bullish. Let me pop up like, I don't know, let's put NVIDIA as an example. Right, if you're trading the index, you gotta know what the stocks are doing. And NVIDIA right now is in a bear zone. So what we do is, we know that bear zones are resistance pressure and bull zone is support pressure. So what you're gonna look at is the percent of market cap that's in a bull zone, and that's what the DD ratio actually is. So we take every stock that is in the S&P and we look and see what zone is it in. Is it bear or bull? And we basically do this fraction. We do bull divided by bull plus bear. And so the fraction of stocks that are in bull zone divided by the stocks that are in either zone gives you, and it's weighted by market cap. So it's total market cap. So this says 46% of the market cap is bullish. Anything less than 50 means that the market is the seesaw's tilting slightly bearish. So this isn't necessarily the best sign today. The seesaw's tilting slightly bearish. Now, the way that it ties to futures is a bunch of cool things that you can do with that. Number one is if I'm trading, let's put up SPY for an example, and I'm trading S&P futures. I'm gonna look at SPY and futures side by side. I got S&P futures to the left, SPY to the right, right? So a rule is, if SPY was trading at a bull zone, if this ratio is greater than half and none of these lights are red, then it bounces off the bull zone bottom 90% of the time. It's fantastic. Confluence, if the stocks themselves are bullish, then the index is not likely to not also be bullish. So the idea is that we're looking at what the stocks are doing and then making a gauge on the index to go with it. So if SPY hits a bull zone bottom and the stocks in the S&P are bullish, then I'll be able to long my futures exactly at the same point in time that we bounced there in SPY, tap along the futures, I'm good to go. If it's bearish right now, like it is, or kind of teetering on the edge of bullish, it's not that strong of a bull move. So I can use this as confluence on my zone boundaries. I can also use it as confluence in my, what we call our DD band. And this is a margin limit for, or a range limit for futures based on margins. A whole different protocol, but I'll tell you that there's another rule, is that when all things are equal, DD ratio is greater than half, it will bounce off of here 90% of the time as well. The actual stats of any condition is that 88% of days will stay in between these bands on any condition, whether this ratio is better or not, better than 50 or not. 8% of days will close below and 4% will close above. The majority of stock and options and price movement still keeps the futures inside of these bands most days. An event can break it below. When this ratio is greater than half, it bounces from here and goes one strike distance 90% of the time. So the reason I longed earlier today and made a little bit extra money was because this is half or slightly better. And so I use it as confluence with the futures as well. The S&P won't break a bull zone and futures won't break bull structure if the stocks themselves are slightly bullish. The futures don't deviate from the stocks that much, and the fact that they're pegged to the same value of the SPX, that despite their independent trading, it's more likely the algorithm is to price it higher rather than lower, so I make the bet. So all of our indicators are like arbitrage. Basically, if the stocks are moving, let's ride the index. Stocks are moving this way, let's ride the index. That's how it works. That makes sense. Do you ever put your own money or do you use prop? I trade my own money all the time as well. I only do prop because you guys do prop, and it's a hot business right now to be in. So to be relevant, I must, bandwagon prop firm everyone else. All signs are looking great today, guys. Nice and clean market. Again, nice and clean. I would be so freaking funny to see this turn into like the biggest green day. Big dip like this becomes the dip everybody buys. Watch it. Watch it happen. My calls would love that. Nasdaq's just loving this lower band here. That VIX in decay, that's pretty nice. People don't care about the GDP number. They just care to bet against the tariffs becoming worse. Trump saying he'd like to work out a deal with China is kind of nice. Okay. So we're gonna watch Nasdaq today because Nasdaq is really kind of like where the decision point is for a lot of people in Wall Street right now because they're looking at tech stocks this week, big tech earnings this week. So let's kind of keep Nasdaq in our purview today. So I usually keep the ETF off to the right so I can get clues there, and then I keep the futures off to the left. So I'm just kind of like, let me delete some of this, just clean up the chart a little bit. Cat active line. Yeah, so we're getting very close to being a non-event. So the non-event line is typically a good upper target. Where the event peaked right here, so 19,500 might be the target to look for today. Trade this account. It's lunchtime. Dude, it is lunchtime. It's getting there. I use the dynamics as pivots in the next session all the time. It's still up here. Nasdaq, wait, did we open below or above? We did open above, didn't we? Yes, we did. You know I do. I started doing that. I didn't always do that until you guys told me to do it. Y'all changed my whole strategy with it. I only use those pivots overnight. Now, because of you guys, y'all told me that they work very well into the evening session. Into the morning session. And then I started looking at it even further. So today, DD ratio greater than half, market's good. We are getting improvements to resilience. It's even going positive as the stocks are moving, which is really good. I will probably take a second stab at the DD band if we tap it one more time. Trump, one big beautiful bill, maybe bigger than tariffs. A bill, what, for China? What's he talking about? One big beautiful bill, maybe bigger than tariffs. You gonna send China an invoice? You just pay us this money, we're good, bro. That's it. Buy us off, China. Buy us off your back. That's what he's saying. Has this month been really crappy, or is it just because I'm relatively new? Yes to both questions. Crappy month because the market sucks, but also it's hard to navigate this market. Anybody's going to do bad. Even pros are doing bad in this market, so don't feel bad. Tax bill. Oh, a tax bill. Oh. I was wondering, what's he talking about? We're doing great on the tax bill. Oh, they're talking about the tax bill. Yeah, yeah. I didn't scroll up in my newsfeed. Tariff revenue coming from external revenue service. But you're the best trader in the world. Oh, you guys are the best trader in the world. Not me. I'm not the best trader in the world. The best trader in the galaxy. We never run out of space jokes at Rocket Scooter. So many space jokes we throw around here. It's like Krusty the Clown sigh. You're in spinning class, your last day in gym watching Matt. Am I motivating you to pedal harder? Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Dude, I'm always a person that, like, I've done spin class on occasion. I'm always the person that doesn't go up and down and up and down and side to side as much as they want me to. I just usually just sit there and pedal half of the time. Although I'm not getting the full aerobic workout of what spin class can bring to the table by not like, you know, doing the dance that goes with it. I just have a hard time doing it. DD band is greater than close to half, and we know that when we say, you know, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, doesn't count in DD band. As long as you're close enough, that's not bearish. So I tell myself, 0.49 is still bullish, not bearish enough. Do I have any inspiration from trading pros? I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot. I don't really have any kind of, you know, mentors or gurus that I follow or listen. I'm kind of like a lone wolf in this industry. In my personal opinion, everybody who's public in the eyes of the public, I don't think I know that many good traders that have a face that you guys would recognize. I haven't been impressed by anybody on TV, anyone on YouTube, anyone anywhere selling a course. 0 people have impressed me to the fact that I've been inspired by a single one of them. The people that I read about, who I think are very good at trading, and their inspirational ways they think would be like, you know, Michael Berry, people like that, who do something that other people don't see. Most of the trading books out there are absolute garbage, waste of time. So it's hard. It's a lot. There's very few people out there that have made trades or seen trades or seen. I like people that see things others don't see. That's where I draw the line of greatness. Like, how do you think outside the box? Jim Simons was like my inspiring idol, I guess. He's who I aspire to be. And he's like the guy that, you know, figured out the statistics of certain things and then just traded off of the numbers. You always wonder why the name changed. Well, the name didn't change. Rocket Scooter is just a different company. DTP technically still exists, but the trading platform is called Rocket Scooter. That's the platform couldn't be called Day Trader Paradise. It didn't make any sense. So trading platform needed a name. Al Brooks isn't bad. And like classical trading education, Al Brooks is pretty standard issue for some quality teachings. His stuff is renowned by a lot of people, especially for like the basics and stuff. Pretty good, if that's what you're looking for. But I'm gonna tell you, there are a few people out there who have made a name for themselves in trading that are public that you can see that are worth learning from. Most people out there that you see on TV or on streams or whatever, they're just as good as you are. There's as average as you are. I should come up with a book, maybe. I already have a title picked out for my book. I already have a synopsis written for it. I just never sat down and wrote it. See you later, Lee. But I mean, the thing is because for me, it's like I'm looking for the Magnus Carlsen of trading. Like I don't want to learn from somebody who's just okay or slightly better. I want like, who's the person that nobody can beat? And I've searched high and low for that person, and you know, and it's rare because like everyone that wins at the market has a certain way of winning, and very few people get a public face for winning in the market. They like to win and win quietly and kind of like, you know, disappear. But yeah, Jim Simons was like the guy that figured out the market with math, and I was like, that's me. That's what I want to do. What's the metric? Win rate, I would say. To win more trades than you lose is win rate and expectancy. So expectancy is the main statistic of a successful trader. Expectancy tells you two things at once. It's a mix of win rate and winning size versus losing size. So it's when you want to bake in good win rate with risk management and how they balance each other out for profitability. Expectancy is the number that you look for. And so a positive expectancy means you have a winning trading system that includes risk management. Kim Corson, I've been on podcasts with that guy. I don't know if he actually trades or not. I've never seen it. I know he's a really smart market analyst, but I've never seen his performance, so I wouldn't know. But he's a very, very smart dude, for sure. Yeah. Some people are good at analyzing the market and talking about the market. Other people are good at trading the market. Some people are good at both. Lance, I've never seen a single P&L statement from Lance. I heard the guy made money 15 years ago at some prop firm in New York, and I haven't heard anything since. Probably a one-trick pony, that guy. He sells a basic technical analysis class that looks like the most basic thing you've ever seen, so it's hard to believe there's greatness buried into that. So a lot of those guys are like one-trick ponies, and then they just beef up their own reputation. I remember looking at that guy when he was trying to sell his course, and I scanned his Twitter account, and for the last 3 years didn't see a single trade talked about. So people like that maybe made money. It's like you made money one time and then you struggle to make money again, and then you're going to go sell a book or sell a course with the experience you gain, so whatever. But people, to me, if you're winning the market, show me what you're doing now. You're winning now. Anybody can make money in 2020 if you bought the dip in COVID. You'll have 5 or 6 geniuses pop out of that, and they got something to sell 5 years later. Fine. But I remember asking that Lance guy if he had proof of any of his trades, and he blocked me. I remember that. That's how I know you're full of shit. I'll take that to the bank. No, if you ask me to show my trades, I'll be like, hold on, let me. Can I show you? I'll show you the screenshot real quick. I'm so proud of how good I am. I'll show you everything I do. Nobody should get a hissy fit if you ask him for, can I see your trades recently? Yeah, whatever, troll. Okay, troll. That's funny. Wasn't born yesterday, bro. Mark Minervini. Oh, that guy, again, same boat. These book selling gurus, is that the guy that asked what Upstart did on TV? All I gotta say, show me your trades, and that's all I think about. Everyone talks about the market, but very few people show you their trades, show you their win rate, show you their profitability. Let you see them push buttons on a screen. These are the people I think are the champs. It's hard to do it. It's hard to do this. It's hard to do this with 5,000 people watching you. Any book I recommend? Someone who wants to learn to trade like me? Yeah, I tell people to read 2 books. Technology Manifesto, the Unabombers book, and then I tell people to read Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. Neither one of them have anything to do with trading, but both of those books will change how you think about the world, which is what's required to be a successful trader. Believe it or not, they're both very good books. You never thought I'd recommend reading the Unabombers book to learn trading, right? The Techno Optimist, whatever it was called. Whatever they called it. Yeah, $2. Technological slavery, I think is what it was called. Yeah. It's been a while. But the thing is, the idea is that you wanna read and think outside the box. You wanna learn from people that think outside the box. Anybody that's, even if they're weird, even if they're a serial killer, think outside the box. Their brain is wired differently, and in trading, you must be wired differently to win. Some brilliant people go crazy and do terrible things, unfortunately. So trading books are absolutely going to waste your time. Like, don't ever fiddle with a trading book. There's not a single good one out there. People recommend the Jesse Livermore book. It's I guess a rite of passage. You got to go read that one. I guess it's a decent. It's not applicable, but it's a decent story. And dive into like markets and market psychology. But other than that, there's not a trading book that I read that wasn't just rambling and like, trading adages and just sayings, and there wasn't like something that substantially told you like how to beat markets and stuff. Doesn't really exist. So to beat markets, you got to learn how to think critically and how to see a bunch of things in front of you Like today, like what made me say the market's probably going to go up? There's not anybody whispering in my ear. There's not a trading strategy that told me to do that. It was just logic. I was thinking differently than other people. Some people on the stream were like, I want to get in on the short. I was like, but why would the market be selling off? Well, GDP was bad. But wouldn't the smarter traders know that GDP would be bad today, 3 months ago when tariffs were announced? And then therefore bet back then that the GDP would be bad? And then now that it's bad now, they probably would exit on the news, right? So that didn't come from any trading teaching. That just comes from logic. And so learning how to think outside the box and be logical and see the market from a logic perspective, you're not really betting on the market, you're betting on what people are going to do. And that just requires you being smarter than people. A lot of you guys as traders try to focus on being smarter than the market. You're never going to do that. You just need to be smarter than the people trading the market. You do that all the time. Traders are fucking idiots. Most of them are stupid. And worse, most of the booksellers and trading influencers are even more stupid and not good at this. You just got to be better than them. The market itself is a big random machine. You just got to be smarter than everyone else trading against. So trading books in general, while make you feel like a trader, it's just like watching CNBC. You might feel like, ooh, I'm a trader. I'm reading about trading. I'm watching about trading. You just have to think differently than what's in front of your face. What made me not want to jump in on the short and wait for better setup on the long was mostly logic. Like why would the market be crashing on news that we already knew about? Markets don't work that way. This is where the shorts from 3 months ago took their money or took their profits. The shorts from earlier in the week took their profits or whatever. So thinking like that is what's going to get you ahead as a trader. So you have to learn to see things that people don't see. And why a lot of Malcolm Gladwell's books are very inspiring, because they tell you, like, Outliers is a book that tells you like what makes a gifted person at something gifted at that thing. And he has all these standards and rules of things that like a lot of gifted people have in common. And you really want to learn and be inspired by what the greats do that are great at what it is they do. Like what does this person do that's different than me? Like you want to learn from the best of the best. And that's kind of why I always tell people, you know, trading books are not written by the best of the best. Should we long here at this band? I have no clue. I kind of want to wait and maybe long it at MHU one more time. The ratios are good. Ratio is good. Resilience is good. S&P's at the band. Oh, yeah. And MHP as well. Should I? Get a nice little flush candle here and then take a long. One flush to MHP. Tap it. Let me try one long here. Good call. Try that. Good deal. Betting that we stay inside the bands would be a good idea for me. I think so. Ratio is slightly improved to 53. Stocks are doing okay. Resiliences are positive on MHP, supporting here, which is decent. Nvidia pulling back just a little bit. Apple breaking MHP and continuing to go. That's incredible. Dude, what if this day earnings are going to be all that matters today? That's the thing. Earnings are all that matter today. It would be crazy if earnings flew this market to weekly highs. Not picking up a lot of momentum from here, which I don't like, but this MHP bounce right here is what I'm looking for to support. We shouldn't be overshooting this by too much, but at least down in here, there's a really strong support. And again, just like this morning, if we lose this, I'm just going to flatten and be done for the day. But it's definitely, the R&R is good. Upside R&R is fantastic on this. Again, there's no shorting down in here for me. All the signs of the market are bullish today. Resilience is slightly not bullish, though. That's the one thing I don't like. If you don't mind, Gamma, not spamming chat with like the same thing 5 or 6 times. Like, if you don't mind. It's okay to call your position, but you don't need to write it like 5 times in a row. It's not me. The moderators, we have a rule. You just don't spam chat. Moderators are asking right now, should I ban the guy? I'm like, no, I'll just tell him. Just write it once. You're good. So if you write something 2 or 3 times in a row, the moderators will all ban you. And so, because we like you, Gamma, that's why they're asking me before they ban you. I said, no, I'll tell him. No, it's not. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just automatic because people come in here and like will write the weirdest shit and like spam it. Just post it once or post an update, but you don't need to like cut and paste it. Mods will get mad at me. Come on, S&P, give us some love here. Victor is the only person that's allowed to spam the chat. Spy monthly map. Ooh, come on, baby, hang in there. Spy has illiquidity pockets still here. You get flagged, you need to like and subscribe message. Even the mods themselves get flagged. My stop loss, if we break through MHP with velocity right in here, I'll just cut out. My upper target is just to hold until at least a gap fill today, like we fill the downside gap, which is going to be really hard to do without any good bullish momentum to come. I want to see at least S&P push through to fill yesterday's gap. So the opportunity is there, but it's a rarer bet. Now, conditions are good. Hopefully, we stabilize here. But we might not get the momentum because we have big earnings today. Meta is today, and Meta's kind of selling off. Markets are spying that. Microsoft is decent today, selling off. So Microsoft gap down and return to where it opened. It'll be a fight all day to see if the stocks make their way slightly higher. I don't think it's going to be that easy to get a move. So we'll check the VIX really quick. Like I said, I just threw one contract at it. VIX starting to pick up a little bit of momentum here. Let's put something right here on MHP. 55.17. Let's get that tap right there very quick. Tom's book? Who's Tom? Tom Hugard? The best loser wins? Okay. I should check it out. Double down at edge pressure, which is the right decision to do, but let's see if I'm right or wrong. Hopefully this holds. Might be underestimating the move today, but ratio is good. Things are good. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, check out our wonderful deals from our prop partners here. I'll be back in 1 second. All right. Don't lose MHP today, baby. Hang in there. Hang in there. Resilience is good. DD ratio is good. I trust it. Let's get a bounce on this. Come on, baby. That would be going against 2 strong confluence indicators for it to sell from here. So let's keep our fingers crossed on this one. Breaking it, like I said, is market crash. In the market, you have to dedicate yourself to believing the market's going to crash. Crash below. Hold above. Very strong pivot here. See how it's trying to pivot, but we'll see if the market loses that momentum today. I always have to take the bet that it holds. I don't like to bet that markets are going to collapse. But we'll see. So we'll check VIX here. VIX is climbing a little bit. Yep, you're right. Good call. Come on, baby. Give it a minute. Market hopefully sustains without being further catalyzed lower. Wow, market. Hang in here, baby. No crash today. Come on. Tough. There is one thing though, the last week of trading, while the market has progressed up, has not felt like bullish momentum. It did feel like some short squeezing and recovery and some buying, but it didn't feel like momentum. We weren't pressing to higher highs that much higher. Every day we kind of went slightly higher. It's kind of like upward trajectory, but there really wasn't like a lot of power, like 3 or 4 really strong up days in a row. The market just, every dip was getting squeezed, but I don't like this. Losing volume on a break is not good. You want volume to decline while you're on this side of it. So this might actually be, again, I'm still around the edge here. This is where I want to enter the trade. So this is pretty decent. R&R is pretty good on an upside move. And again, the indicators are actually getting slightly better. 55% now is good. And your ratios are pretty decent here. So it's not the worst. I know, like, muted this last week, right? So having the S&P also happened in NASDAQ. They tend to move in tandem most of the time. The only time they really deviate is around, like, some earnings days where, like, you might have a mixed day of earnings where tech does good and utilities and energy does bad, and then they kind of do that. But, like, 99% of days they will trade in tandem with each other because the big tech stocks run biggest market cap in both indices. So don't find lower lows. Hold on to MHP. Come on. Hang in there. Trusting the indicators. Come on. Let me get my good luck tick chart up. I can watch the actual ticks themselves. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Trust in my indicators, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, keep going. Keep going. Come on. I trust Emmy. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Come on. Monkey paw for 100K celebration. Should we save the market? Wait, no, that's the wrong song. Hold on. You want to save the market? We owe it. We gotta save the market today.
Illiquidity map just while speed, hearts in sync. On the edge with what we need, minds in link. Count the coins, stack 'em high, aim for the stars. Never ask, never wonder, reaching far. Raise a fist, shout it loud, feel the power. Breaking chains, shake the crowd every hour. Click by click, a new world ignites. Bright blaze, ride that scooter through the haze. Countless days. Currency flows into
This song has always rallied the market when we play it. Never fail. Never fail. The monkey paw has one finger left. We decided to save the market today with it.
Dreams unfurled. Freedom's call, breaking chains, change the world. Rocket power in your veins, feel the rush. Flashing lights in the rain, no time.
When I started playing the song, it rallied. Right through the roof.
Rise and run, counting dollars on the run, victory begun.
Ready? Ready? Raise a fist.
Shout it loud, feel the power. Breaking chains, shake the crowd.
Every hour.
Click by click, a new world ignites. Bright blaze, ride that scooter through the
I'll just take profit because we were retraced. But I'm gonna help you guys out. Let's get this market going. We found this song in an old antique shop, okay? I was in an old antique shop shopping around. I found this song sitting on top of the mantle above a fireplace. And I'm gonna tell you something. What's crazy about it is while I was sitting up there, as I played the song, the guy behind the counter was like, "Don't do that. The last guy that brought it in here was a broken man." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "He played the song one too many times and everything happened. Everything went bad for him. So he brought it to this antique shop and I bought it off of him." Kind of mysterious man. And I go, "Well, what did he say?" He goes, "Well, the 6th time he played it, his life went into financial ruin." So he goes, "So you should only play it 5 times total." He goes, "Yeah, because, you know, you ever seen The Simpsons, right? You know, the monkey paw, you find the antique shop, Rick and Morty, make a wish, one of the fingers curls up, you get 5 wishes, and that's it. After the 5th wish, it's like a deal with the devil. There's always an ironic twist to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a bookworm, and you wish that when you die, you go to heaven, and it's full of books, and you go to heaven, it's full of books. Was it like Futurama? But then you break your glasses and you can't read them. There's always an ironic twist, right? So you get 5 total uses of this song. This is use number 4, and every time we play it, the voodoo of the monkey paw wish saves the market. So United States of America and the globe, you're welcome. I wasted one of my wishes to save the market today. And, you know, that's kind of what happened. And the minute I played the song, the stock market went straight up. I'm not kidding. Now, we get one more play of this for the sake of saving the market. And the ironic twist comes, and then something weird happens, so. So what is monthly hedge pressure? It is a maximum gamma exposure of options sold by market makers, dealers of options, to the underlying market makers themselves. So monthly hedge pressure is derived like this. And despite the Cobra Kai headband, let me get serious for a moment. If you were a trader and you were to buy 1,000,000 shares of Apple, okay? And you were to fat finger an order for 1,000,000 shares of Apple, nobody out there is going to be on the ask side for 1,000,000 shares. So there's a market maker that's likely going to be exposed to that position. They're going to sell that 1,000,000 to you, okay? And you're a big bull, and they don't want to be short the market. So an example in this trade, they're gonna short the 1,000,000 and buy some calls with it. As a matter of fact, they'll buy 10,000 calls, 10K. Okay, you so far so good. So in this particular trade, a big bull enters the picture, and a liquidity provider is in the middle. They bought $10,000 calls from the call dealer, the options seller. So they sold 10K calls. And as the underlying moves up and down through the space, those calls Greeks will change significantly. And so this person is longing and shorting the underlying. Again, in this case was Apple as an example, to balance. So it's basically you are trading and somebody just got a neutral position in the middle, and then they bought insurance against their neutral position, and this is the insurance salesman. This person's exposure to the market in this triad of trading. So imagine you are the buyer of Apple, and this person is the buyer and seller of Apple itself by hedging their calls. It makes a triangle between those three traders. We call it a hedging loop. And so in a hedging loop, sometimes it's like, tons of participants, not necessarily a triangle, but the easiest one to understand is a triangle. You bought, somebody sold to you, they bought insurance, and there's the insurance salesman. This person is neutral, and this person's neutral, they're risking the market. So because of that, this person is buying and selling the underlying to balance their risk to being neutral. And so what our algorithm does is it sifts through all the options positions to look for hedging loops like this. And then we can derive the options that belong to a loop that we know are going to be hedged to neutral. Hedged to neutral is the key, which means that there's going to be order flow applied to that risk to hedge it to neutral. So in this example, if we take every single person in this boat right here and look at all of their gamma exposure, all of their options exposure, and then we find the maximum gamma of that exposure, just of these dealers and hedging loops, we get monthly hedge pressure. So monthly hedge pressure is a predictable order flow of these guys to balance their books out. And I'll just, let me zoom in. You can see how there is a volume spike every time you hit hedge pressure. That tells you that we're telling you we know what we're talking about. And so if you want to trust anything, it's that I tell you that this indicator is a guaranteed volume spike every time. There's a 90% chance that you stay on the same side of it that you opened on throughout the day, which is why I took the bounce that I just took. And that might have put me over the 100K. But we'll see. That's I'm flat now, but that's what I did. And so that's what hedge pressure is. And so monthly hedge pressure is the maximum gamma exposure of options dealers to the, so maximum gamma exposure of options dealers to the market makers of the underlying. And then we do monthly options, which is the orange one, and weekly options, which is the blue one. It is a guaranteed high volume when you touch it. It is going to be a volume spike, therefore it's a pivot when you're trading. That makes sense? Oh, that makes sense. To get 100K, probably. I'm probably there. The headband with the straight face. Yeah. So we stopped playing the song, the market was like, wait, where's all that power where was that power that was just here? Where'd it go? Stop playing the song the moment through. But the joke aside is we had an AI writing contest for people to write the theme song for Rocket Scooter. And that was one of the songs. We kept listening to it over and over again. And it was like, this is a good song. It's not necessarily the theme song, but it is a song we're going to use somewhere. And I was like, it's so powerful. We should just play it. And we played it, when the market was rallying, and I was like, feel the power. And the market just went way up. And we were like, holy crap. That's what this song has power to it. I mean, but also I also found it in an antique shop on a mantle, sold by a weird old guy with a curly mustache. It's definitely for sure. So how do you define SPY in the MHP? It's just calculated from the options landscape. So we have a series of computers on the back end that bring in the raw options data from Opera and analyze it for these type of hedging loops. And then we pull out those hedging loops, and through that, I feel like a hipster when I have my V-neck shirt and my scarf. Yes, I'd like a cortado and a cookie, please. What's with millennials and their cortados? You know what I mean? Tell me what you think of Per Dia. I'll look at it. Let me look at it another day. Which song won? This song won. The one that starts off the stream. This is the theme song. This one won. The winner. How long have you been streaming MHP? I've been streaming since 2016. An MHP I created in 2019. No more giveaways today? Oh yeah, come back tomorrow. Looks like, doesn't it look like a guy reading like Russian literature in a coffee shop? Like, I've been showing MHP on YouTube since about 2019. Yeah, 2020 we came out with our first app, and then 2022 we came out with the trading platform. My trading style before I started doing the options gamma exposure stuff was some of the things that you still see here. Risk intervals, which is these green lines, and then the red lines and yellow lines that you see on the screen. There's no yellow ones, but my trading style was basically finding imbalance points. We have it's called illiquidity pivots. It's still a technique I still use to this day. Love that song. I love this song too. The chorus is an absolute banger. Hold on, let's hear it again. Can I share a safe link to subscribe to our tools? Yeah. So Rocket Scooter's entire trading platform, and despite the goofy theatrics on the show, a very talented group of engineers that work here. And our goal is to create one of the most substantial trading tools there is for retail traders, and bringing the gamma exposure to the retail world and being one of the pioneers and leaders of that field is what our goal is, to create new ways to do it, to use options to find pivots and futures is basically what we're doing. It's very accurate. As you see today, this level that I drew right here, some people on the stream were like still trying to short here, and I bought the dip and the market magically rallied off of the monkey paw. Now I joke with the monkey paw thing because I know it's going to bounce there with very high accuracy. And if it didn't, I was going to stop out. But as you see, this ratio is a 90% bounce off of this. This being greater than 0 is a 90% bounce off of that. So when I told you 2 of my indicators lined up, they lined up. This market is helping, the song is helping the market too. Well, that's funny. But I might have gone over the 100K, but let's not prematurely celebrate. I'll open up the show tomorrow with the 100K celebration victory dance. I think I made it. So the link I just posted, Day Trading with Matt, if you see in the stream, that's going to be the link to the thing. I'm perfectly flat now. I closed out on the retrace. That's all I was taking. The white resilience number is getting slightly better. This market might rally. This might break highs today, which is incredible. I'm a little hesitant though, because we have earnings and then Trump could still be talking. I really just feel like I've gotten lucky so far with the market honoring structure, but there's a lot of structure breaking events that could come out of nowhere. I'd be worried about more Trump speeches and things like that. Trump's talking again later today. But secretly, guys, I made the 100K. So, but let's pretend that I didn't, and then tomorrow I'll pretend that I did, and then we'll just announce it and make a big event out of it. I think I beat it by like $1,000. So I'll open up the stream tomorrow, and I'll do something funny about it or whatever. So I've made 100K profit with Tradeify in 2.5 months. I had to double check the math, but I think that's okay. Because what happens is Tradeify is, so I've gotten so many payouts, and then I have a balance. So the payouts plus the balance. If the account has busted, then it's not included in the balance because the balance is only the active accounts. But the account is active, then it's included in the balance. So I have to add up all the payouts from the accounts that busted plus the balance that I have now. And I think when I add that up, it's right at 100K. So I think I did beat it. Am I only trading on level 1 data? Yeah, that's all you need. How much to get a 1-month trial? It's half price, so it's $100 for the half-a-month trial. That also comes with our trading bootcamp, which trains you guys on this stuff. Our trading bootcamp is the best thing we do. I'm gonna let you guys take a look at something really quick. Our bootcamp is 20 days, and it's a very solid deep dive into day trading, risk management, trend identification, market avoidance strategies, and everything I do to stay afloat in this market. These are people that have taken our boot camp. We started in August of last year, and we go for 20 days, and then we start over. And the boot camp itself is only $20. It doesn't include the platform, but it's 20 days for $20. That's kind of our thing. You can learn everything we do for $20, and you can read the reviews. People call it like whatever, you know. These are reviews of the actual people that bought and have used it. So. Worth every penny, game changer, changed my life, changed my trading, can't recommend this enough. Absolutely nothing like this. Great insight into futures and options, member since here, member since there, first profitable week ever, revolutionary product. So these are actual customers and people in this stream. You guys have been so sweet. They come in here and tell us some nice stuff. Including maps and rule-based risk management system makes it easy for beginner traders to pick up, yada yada. Benny gave a really decent longer review, which I like when I see the longer ones. But yeah, it was everybody. I mean, you can just read what people write, and I mean, it's like 4 and 5 stars the whole way down. So, thank you guys. It makes me feel good. But the idea that we think trading education should be free or affordable is very important to me. It's an entire boot camp. I meet with you guys for an hour a day at market close for 20 straight days, and you only pay $1 a class. That's it. And that's really the key to it, is that I don't want to charge for education. I like doing this. And the only money that we collect from that pays the salary of the 2 employees that make the materials for the class. So I basically teach you guys for free. K-Spec, oh, thank you for that. He wants me to give away a boot camp. So yeah, we'll have a giveaway. Thank you, K-Spec. Always at the donations of the boot camp. All right, everybody, you know the drill. Type in free class in chat. Somebody just got a free life-changing experience, according to some people in the reviews. Life-changing. That was really interesting to read. Not life-changing as in like, life-changing as in like I was struggling, figuring things out, and like this has changed everything. All right, everybody type in free class. Only if you're not already a member. This is the thing. So K-Spec donated $20. He's a member so that you guys can join the bootcamp. Super cool. It's the best thing that we do. Off the stream, it's very detailed. It goes over risk management, position management. And that's kind of what the goal is. If you don't win, you can sub to the boot camp at this link right here. And it's, like I said, a lot of these people in the stream have gone through it, and it's not like anything. And we have a rule too that if you, oh, here's the link to it. If after 3 days you don't like it, we'll give you a full refund in the boot camp after the 3rd day. You go through it 3 days and you hate it, and you're just like, I kind of want my $20 back. We're like, sure. It's a free thing we do. So if you don't want to be it, they'll stay there. But honestly, I've in the 8 months we've been doing it, nobody's ever asked for their money back after 3 days. So It's different. It's a master class in betting strategies. It's not a chart reading class. It's not an indicator reading class. I mean, I teach you how to use the platform and stuff and why I make my decisions, but it's a course in logic. It's a course in critical thinking. It's a course that will change how you think. I tell you guys, read books that change how you think. My goal in the bootcamp is to change how you think. And that's your journey to becoming a better trader, is thinking differently. We don't teach any technical indicators. We don't teach any chart reading, none of that. It is a class in betting strategies, position size strategies, cost basis management strategies, entries and exits, where to put stop losses, things like that, how to bet properly. And the idea is that you can take a class in learning how to play poker, but you can also take a class in learning how to bet against poker hands. And there's two different things. How to play poker is like how to read this guy, how to read that guy. What's the cards? What's your odds of success with these cards? But the betting side is, sure, all the odds are good, but should you still make the bet? Because you have to make, X amount of dollars, or you have this many hands left that you can make with this size bet. And is this bet too big? Is this bet too small? For the risks that you're taking, that's different, And so how to bet with the odds in front of you is where actual successful trading is born. Not how to pick the direction of the market. I'll tell you, nobody can pick the direction of the market. Gabriel typed in freak ass and Dejan modded him. Can we allow freak ass when people type it? That's hilarious. Dejan said no though. All right. So I'll spin the wheel. No crazy song today. We'll just spin the wheel. So whoever wins this, I want you to go into the Discord and send our admin Slacks. Beats by Design. Congrats, man. Send Slacks a message and tell him you won the free boot camp. He'll know. And you're in. Oh, yeah. So Options Jijin says you can say freak ass one time, Gabriel. Just once, though. Can't spam it. That's true. That's true. He's upholding the law, the no spam law. Even though it's a funny spam, you can only spam it once. Very true. He's upholding the law. I like that. Victor never won, though. Sorry. It's very exciting to have beaten the Tradeify game. But again, 150 is the actual goal. So, and I have to take 80K worth of payouts, Didn't Beats by Design win last time? I don't know. Well, he has 10 seconds to say something. Aaron's made back his lifetime investment already. Aaron, I've been watching your stuff, man. You've been crushing it lately. I really enjoy seeing your progress, dude. Very cool. Most traders are clueless on how to bet. So Beats by Design didn't say anything, so Deco's the winner now. Oh, no, bro. Beats by Design, you didn't say it in time. We've already named a second winner. All right, whatever. You both win, all right? Both of you guys win. Both of y'all tell Slacks you won. Whatever. I can't say message just in time. I don't know. There's a delay. With 1 second left, or you both win. Whatever. All right, congratulations, both of y'all. We're not going to make you guys fight each other out the arena to see who wins. Hard to say. So I'll donate 20 bucks too for you beats. And Deco, you won. Did he? I didn't see it. The timer didn't see it. Did he beat the buzzer? With 1 second left? Okay, well, he wins. They both win. They both win. Okay. Y'all are both. So message Slacks in our Discord. He's our admin, and he will hook you guys up. Congratulations. I know, we'll be fair today. We'll be nice. But the bootcamp is super fun. It's very informative. We teach you from A to B a journey. It's not just like a patchwork thing. It's a strategy journey. By the end of the bootcamp, your goal is to be making trade plans and thinking critically about the market. Thinking critically today, not shorting at the open. That's silly. It didn't logically make sense. Why the market sold off to begin with was on news that we already knew. Markets don't crash on news you already knew. The market's very efficient. It's already priced it in. GDP was expected to be bad. That was a dip to buy. People have been very bullish and been afraid to long at the top. Now they're getting their opportunity. We opened very, very good and very good spot. The S&P liquidity maps were actually decent. This is bearish, bear long down, only at the top of the bear zone, and only when the ratio is less than half, and somehow the DD ratio is still at half or better. So in this particular case, the market absorbed this news just fine. And also before earnings, you have to understand the market's not going to pick a strong direction before earnings. Major tech earnings start today and tomorrow, so the market's going to stay kind of in the middle. Just years of trading. He did win with about 11 seconds. All right, well, he won, and then Deco also wins. Y'all both win. I'll give him 20 bucks too. If everyone sends Victor $20, he won't actually have to learn how to trade. The bootcamp will restart in 2 weeks. So we're still meeting every day, but we're just covering trade plans. So we're basically today is the very last class of the 20 days. And it's a bonus class. So the actual boot camp's only 17 days long. And then there's 3 bonus classes that teach extra stuff outside the boot camp. And then we take usually a week off and just strictly focus on trade plans to really like lock it in. And then we start over. You can come today. The class is Mastering Trader Funding Programs. It's a good one. It's also a long one. And then we're going to be doing trade plans every day. And then 2 Mondays, we start over all over again. Earnings straight up pump textbook stat. Yeah, probably. Your screen came about 2 seconds after the timer ended. Y'all's are different than me because there is a 7-second delay between what I do and what you guys do. So on your end, you see his chat coming in 7 seconds into the past from my perspective. So you got to keep that in mind. That's why I give a little grace period at the end. So on my screen, when it hits 0, in your world, it's like 7 or 8 seconds. But I'm seeing the chat in real time, I think. Hold on, wait. No, I'm seeing the chat. When you type something, I see the chat in real time. But you're hearing my voice 7 to 10 seconds in the past. Like if I say type something now, 10 seconds later, you'll type something now, and I'll see it immediately when you type it. But there's a delay between when you see me, and that's kind of what happens. The countdown timer should be 67 seconds. Maybe you should not be at the buzzer. That's all I'm saying. I'm just kidding. You want a free class? You need to send a DM to who? Oh, Slacks. SLACKS. So that's the thing. For your perspective, he did beat it, but in my perspective, and then you hear me say he didn't beat it because I'm responding to your chat in real time. So technically, there should be a 7-second grace period of the buzzer. Slacks. Another shot at MHP. Possible. Yeah, the chat is responding to what they see or hear after the delay. That's correct. So in me, I'm seeing the chat in real time. So if I see my buzzer in real time and your chat delayed after my buzzer, then technically in the perspective frame of reference of an observer outside of the relativity would say that they didn't beat the buzzer because they're the all-seeing eye of all time frames. However, from your perspective, according to Albert Einstein, you beat the buzzer. So 67-second timer disco, think about it's arbitrary. It doesn't matter what the timer is, the delay is still going to be there. If I give you 67 seconds or 70 seconds or whatever, somebody's still going to miss the buzzer by a couple seconds. What if you're traveling much T? And I didn't anticipate your speed. If you're traveling closer to the speed of light, then probably you would probably get the message from me even much further out in time. So you were traveling away from me at the speed of light. So the problem is that I need you all to report your velocity to me at any given time. And if which direction from me in like a radial sense you're traveling away from Houston or towards Houston. That way I can account for the Doppler effect, clearly as the sound waves will be compressed if you're traveling towards me. You know what I'm saying? This makes sense, right? And of course the curvature of space-time is very important. As we recall, matter tells space how to bend, space tells matter how to move. We must account for all the parts of relativity and make sure everybody comes at the right time. First time watcher, do you do futures? That's all I trade is futures. Yeah. I just hit my 100K profit goal with Tradeify funding. Woo woo. Kind of nice. I've been on a killer winning streak. Only a couple, like maybe 4 losses this month. Yeah, only 4 losing days. 5 losing days, but one of them was only $57. So. Yo, iDoc, how are those smash burgers though? Can you pat my ego a little bit again? Were they good? Did you like them? Hello from the past. It was way better back then. Am I going on vacation anytime soon? We've been talking about taking a vacation sometime soon. Don't you say neat to me. Don't you dare. We do this hilarious troll to each other when Greasy Shalong again. This is the thing. DD ratio is still decent. MHP resilience is on the second bounce slightly better. That's what I look at. So right here was 19.5. If we get there again and it's 22.4, every time the ratio gets better when you touch it, the pivot gets stronger. So the answer is more stocks have broken through MHP when the ratio is getting better. So keep an eye on this ratio on the second bounce. If the first bounce in S&P was 19.5, if it bounces again, if it's below 19.5, I wouldn't take it. So I'm looking for a progression of even more stocks breaking through, right? That orange line is the number of stocks themselves in the basket of the broken MHP, or the percent of market cap. So if it's even or worse, I wouldn't take the long. Since we're here right now, let's see if it's even or worse. The first time we bounced was 1.2. The second time we bounced was 19.5. The third time we bounced is 22.4, slightly better. NASDAQ is also slightly better. A couple more stocks have broken through. And it just comes down to what you believe in. I can't play the monkey paw song again. What stocks are near? Let's check it out. We'll go to the scanner. Let's go to add. Let's look at, let's pop up all liquidity maps and let's sort by distance from hedge pressure. So what I do is I put all of the stocks on the list from the S&P and I do distance to MHP like this. And I can sort by which ones are nearby. Micron, Apple, the big one that's on the edge. So the question is, could you take a long here? Again, you could. Apple is right here, right on the edge. When Netflix, they're about, this is an absolute distance percentage away. Sorry, absolute value percentage. So how close it is, whether up or down, above or below, that's the ones that are right on the edge. So Apple is kind of nearby, 0.04%. I dare you guys along here. Don't you dare me. Don't you. You dare me to? I don't like the second attempt at DD reclaim that failed. I don't like this at all. I don't like that it did this and then it did this. It didn't find any momentum up in here. Not a terrible place to take a long from. If there is a place to take a long from, it's pretty much here or nowhere. Question is, I don't like the way it's panning out right now, but I don't hate it either. The fact VIX is climbing, we really haven't found much momentum, and we have earnings today. It's kind of like alarming. What would be kind of cool is if it did fall and then we watch it reclaim a second time. It's improved slightly, but it hasn't really improved that much. We haven't gotten any additional momentum as the indicator is not getting slightly better. So it's kind of going to probably have a hard time bouncing again. But still, it's worth throwing some micros at it maybe. So monthly hedge pressure and hedge pressure and walls, and they're all, it's once a day. That's it. But the pivots last all day long. So they're updated once a day. The algorithm spits everything on the chart. It's automatic. It's automatic. And off to the side, there is a guide as to which direction the flow is going. So see in NASDAQ right here, NASDAQ has flow off of the blue that points in this direction, which is what you saw, the flow off of the blue that pointed in that direction. NASDAQ has another potential long from here. Now SPY is picking MHP though, which is kind of shitty. Actually, no, wait, hold on. 1311. Yeah, that is it. That's the question you should have. That would be so weird for it to bounce a second time though. This is not looking too hot. But in one's defense, this is always a good bet to make. That we don't crash today into earnings. Why not? Let's throw a NASDAQ at it. Just to retrace again. Save us, Papa Trump. Even from there to there as a scalp, that's not too bad. I'm such a wuss. Let me just pocket the $300. I just traded from pivot to pivot. Whatever. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I don't want to do it. Mama, don't make me do it. MHP is such a solid bounce. That was $300 I didn't have. Okay, so the joke with iDoc, no, she says neat. So essentially what happens is we have this troll where we talk to each other. Disco, did you take that long, buddy? Did y'all buy it again? Y'all gambling degens. Y'all know what to do. I'm too scared though. Paid for the girdle. I did that. Paid for the girdle. So iDoc and I will tell each other these like long-winded stories about something. She'll go through this whole thing about her work and tell this thing she's doing and this whatever, this great thing and all these things. And then she looks at me for a response and I just look at her and go, neat. And we do it to each other all the time. It's so funny. So when I asked her how the burgers were, she said neat. Asshole. So the funny thing is that the joke is just to downplay whatever somebody says, because I think it came from something I said a long time ago where I think I told her that I said that to somebody before because I was on a date or something on a dating app and somebody was like just talking about themselves the whole time and they were mad that I didn't give them like these oh my god, this is amazing, tell me more. I was just looking at them and in my head I was just thinking neat. That guy was unimpressed. And so now we say neat to each other to just kind of like fuck with each other. It's funny. Aaron made 750. Pivot to pivot. I'm just a wuss, just grabbing from there to there, but hopefully we hold. And market again is making somewhat of an attempt. Let's look at stocks that are above MHP. Let's change the tone a little bit here. Let's remove that and let's look at stocks greater than MHP. I love this scanner tool. It's so good. So distance to MHP, which ones are above? Let's find ones that just now are breaking to the upside. There's 406 tickers still above MHP. And the ones right above the edge, Honeywell just broke through. On the HYG, that's the high yield, that ETF. Haven't seen that name in a while. Even the CME group's doing okay. AMD's doing okay. Apple doing okay. How quickly is MHP update? Only once a day because that's all you need to do. The options landscape is frozen once a night, the open interest, and reported once a night. in the overnight session. And then the daytime when the options start trading, you can't know the landscape. So we can't, unfortunately couldn't update it if we wanted to, because the open interest doesn't update. Opera only collects that data from traders once a day at the end of the day. So it doesn't matter if it updates or not. The pivot is the same all day because there's so many billions on top of billions on top of billions of dollars built into risk into the market that it's very rare that everybody changes their mind and MHP moves around. Hedge pressures stay put all day long, and the pivot stays strong all day long, as you see on my chart right here. All right, all you degens that made money, how'd y'all do? So no real-time calcs? We do have real-time calcs, but it's impossible to have real-time calcs. You can't know the real-time open interest of the options market because nobody knows. Not even the exchange knows the number. How about Meta MHP earnings? Yeah, that's today. Meta today, Microsoft today, Apple and Amazon tomorrow. James, be up 2K for the day. My bro, let's go. Honestly, I wouldn't be, yeah. The universe was very giving to us again today with MHP and DD bands. Ratio look good. Would that not mean that overnight price change should be taken into account for an ETF MHP break? What do you mean? We do have a real-time open interest estimate. It's called Dynamics. And we do have the idea, but it's only an estimate because you can only guess. Because you would never know the real-time options landscape because it's impossible to know. Nobody knows that, as a matter of fact. But we can guess what it should be in real time, and therefore we can create real-time dynamic moves. I've already written a model that does that. The only reason I haven't published it is because it's an estimate and therefore it's not perceived as being that good. But what we found in practice was that here's how it works, right? And I'm going to tell you guys, the fact that it works is evidence of, look, volume spike, volume spike. Like the idea that we've found the best you can is the best anybody can do. So everyone else has the same information. Therefore, Wall Street's acting at the same place, and they're keeping it simple. Nobody's doing something dynamic. The example is this: at 9:30 in the morning is when the options market opens, and then at 4:15 is when the options market closes. So close and open. At the close, everybody reports their positions to a company a group called Opera company. And Opera collects everybody's data and then publishes it overnight. We all get this in our trading platforms known as the OI dump. We get all the data from OI once a day. And then we also get the real-time pricing data from Opera. But you never know if the options exist or not until the end of the day. Once a day, you get the OI in the middle of the night. And at the middle of the night, you know the OI all the way till market opens. You know 100% of the OI until the market opens. And then once trading starts, then you're in the blind again because you have no idea if people are creating options or destroying options. Once options are trading, you have no idea what the mountains look like in the landscape anymore. You have a kind of an idea, but it can drastically change the moment the market opens. But at 9:30 in the morning, we also get the price and Greek data. I'm just gonna put a gamma for all the Greeks. So at 9:30 in the morning, we have everything we need. We know the full landscape. We know all the pricing data and all the extra data we need to calculate. The hedging loops is all known exactly at 9:30. So 9:30 is the perfect overlap where we have all the information here. And only one point in time is there a moment where we have a blink of knowing everything all at once. That's the secret to hedge pressure. So the idea is that we have prices start exactly the moment the market starts trading, and within a few seconds, the options start changing. So we no longer know 100% of the data. So right at 9:30 is the overlap. Right at 9:30, we take the snapshot, we run the calculation. And the idea was when I invented this, I said, yeah, this is probably a good calculation for the open. Because once the open interest changes, you know, these pivots aren't going to be any good a couple hours in. But after I made them with the intent of looking at just the first few hours of trading, it just so happened that in practice, the pivots pivot all day long. And it led me to a study to ask myself why they pivot all day long. And the answer to that question is because there is so much risk in the market that just doesn't change. So the idea was if the open interest was to change drastically or people were to change their options positions drastically day to day, then you would see MHP jump around every couple minutes or hours as new options coming out. But there's never enough options volume to tip over the entire landscape. Pretend that the landscape is like this much of a mountain, okay? And the options volume inside of a day relative to the entire landscape is just like a little tiny bit. This, if I were to take this same amount of mountain and apply it to like changes to the overall landscape to make these little red lines equal to the total volume in there, it might make little dents in the landscape, but the options volume trade in a day is not even close to the total amount of risk propping the market up. So because of that, that's the reason the morning hedge pressure is that giant green mountain that I drew, and the movement is tiny even if it was real time. And so that's the theory we're kind of like settled on right now. And you can just compare the total landscape volume versus the total traded volume of the day in options. It's not even close to being a fraction % of the total risk out there. So that's why real-time calculation, while it's like a nice little holy grail to have, it wouldn't even be anything other than at best move hedge pressure one strike distance every once in a while on big ass trading days. And because of that, because the landscape very rarely changes throughout the day, MHP and hedge pressure stay put, and the pivots are very good all day long because people are not shifting their options. But it's kind of like an example is this: if somebody has 50,000 options contracts on one specific strike, on one specific option, a call option in Apple, that one person dumping their share because of news or whatever would change that one strike distance drastically. But imagine that 50,000 open interest is split between, 30,000 traders. And so how many of those 30,000 are going to change their mind drastically all at once at the exact same time, only on a news event, and scares people out of their trades? So the majority of the time of the market is not spent around a news event or a market flipping event where everybody flips their mind at the same time. And so therefore, the landscape very rarely changes. And that's kind of the settlement we're at. Now, I can continue to work on my real-time open interest model to try to perfect it to guess what the open interest is in real time. We look at the order flow coming in and make a guess. Was this option created? Was this option destroyed? Was this option exercised on? We can use collateral markets to kind of like pull in, as a collateral, or like tandem markets to pull in information to make better guesses as to the real-time open interest, but at best, it's always an estimate. And therefore, because it's an estimate, we don't really publish it because it's hard to put a lot of trust in something that is an estimate. And while we do that for the overnight dynamic, I do use that model to guess the overnight hedge pressure. And that's one of the things we do publish every night, is what that actual estimate model says. It's this orange line. And actually, in the overnight, the estimate model was actually so good that it created pivots as well. And therefore, we've adopted the quote unquote real time. But the problem is that instead of like me publishing this number as it moves around, in practice, I've noticed that it doesn't move around that much. It basically wobbles a little bit. And so therefore, this pivot that we calculate overnight also creates pivots. But it's calculated in futures. So it's the same thing just for futures. Yo, past 150K about Ian. What's up, baby? MHP lines up with VWAP quite often. Very cool. Two gone up 1.7K from the move this morning. Took a trailer, ended up getting really green. Let's go. My program is fucking awesome. Thanks, Harb. Thanks, Chronic Harvey. Love you, man. Cool. Would that mean overnight price change? Oh, wait. I already answered that question, buddy. So you guys, y'all bought that MHP dip a second time. The universe gave us 3 MHP long trades today. Man, the universe must feel bad for all of us, just handing us decent, rock solid pivots day in, day out. And I can't even. I was too much of a wuss to hold on to that further, but you grab those 20 points in S&P. Let me see some rockets in chat before I get out of here. I love y'all. Seeing you guys win makes me happy. Great job, you guys. Super excited. guys are crushing it. Y'all are taking trades even I'm not taking. Maybe I'll stay for like one more hour. See if anything good comes out of today. You know, it's crazy. IDOC is like, she had to go to New Orleans for work. And like, she just goes to work for like, they pay for her trip. She makes so much money to spend, you know, 30 minutes on a plane, go out to New Orleans, do 30 minutes of work, and then come home. Can you believe it? I kind of want her job. So I actually work in European markets. We don't have hedge pressures for European stocks or indices, but our pivots line up with pivots like in the DAX and the FTSE and stuff. Everything around the world kind of pays attention to everything in the world. So it's important for European traders because your market's close overlaps with our open. And it's important to understand how US markets are behaving into European close. US markets are collapsing at our open, your close is likely to be affected as the same investors are buying in both places and liquidating in both places. So it's very important to if any trader around the world should always keep the US markets right in front of their face as they're trading. Rockets, rockets, rockets. Good job. We just anything when you go live, maybe just scale down a bit. When I go live with Tradeify, I don't know the full parameters of what the live account is like. I just know the balance. So it'll depend on what they give me. You locked out of your account, Sheena. Oh no. One day from your payout, Aaron. Let's go. What field is she again? Eye doc. She's an eye doctor. And she works in pharmaceuticals though. Finally hit your third attempt to catch the MHPD trade. First two attempts got stopped out of break even. Bro, you could be streaming from the beach in Cabana right now. I know. I really could be. That'd be kind of nice. And so St. Ims is talking about European style options as he's saying European style options can't be exercised on until they're expiring. That's the difference between European and American style options. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that improves or weakens our calculation, being that the hedging might be different because people aren't really worried about the risk until expiration. You know, in the real time, delta hedging is very important, but maybe they still delta hedge. It could still be the same mechanic. But in European options, you can't exercise them until they expire. So you may not have as much panic on the market on big move ups that force, you might not have that many people hedging as rapidly, maybe. Interesting. She's actually an eye doctor. Yeah. Or she was. She was an eye doctor and then decided she wanted to make more money. So she went to work for pharmaceuticals for a big fat paycheck and cushy benefits and stuff. The pharmaceutical industry hires doctors all the time to do, you know, studies and, you know, clinical trials and stuff. She's working on some genetic eye implant thing. It's like gene therapy where you it's again they inject some kind of mRNA kind of I don't know anything about it. I could be saying it all wrong. Gene therapy though, they genetically modify your eyeballs to heal something. I don't know. Eye implant make you cringe. Think about somebody cutting in my eye makes me go blah, blah, blah. But that's what they pay the big bucks for. Yeah, she's just flying out to another city for like a 30-minute presentation. Yeah, Ed Low Dynamic and ES again. Yep. Man, almost am like, my option's taking a theta hit today, but I still hold on. I didn't do anything yet. Those are some good scalps, you guys. That crazy overshooting market sell-off today, that's nuts. All right, you guys, one more thing. We're get out of here. Check out our deals with our prop firm friends. 40% off Tradeify if it's your first time with them. 30% off every other day. Take profit, 30% off. I think Apex is running 80% off now. I have to double check, but Rocket Scooter code everywhere you go. That being said, I'm out of here. You guys, we did it. We played the Monkey Paw song. Market rallied. 100K profits with Tradeify. I'm low-key celebrating. Well, come tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll be... Hold on, let me clean my camera's got a little dust on it. Yeah, so we'll celebrate tomorrow. We'll pretend it happened tomorrow or something. We'll just be like, ooh, it happened. But technically it happened today, so as long as I don't mess it up, we're good. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Welcome and goodbye. All my friends, don't forget to sub the channel on the way out, but thank you for joining the best trading stream on the planet. Come back tomorrow for more giveaways.
Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineer to see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads, no fear.